Oh, can you guys not hear the music? Uh-oh. Fuck. I hear the music. That's weird. You guys should be able to hear music. Don't know why you wouldn't be. Okay. Just about ready. Okay. Wow. Yes. Imagine getting notifications on Twitter. Imagine. Okay. Yeah, we have pen pressure. What? I don't know why I did that. Well, actually, I might want to open my browser so I can have references. Do I like jazz? I do like jazz. It's a very, very good form of music. Did I put shopping? No, I put images. Oh, that's sponsored. Oh. Oh, well, that does explain it, don't it? That's pretty good. That's a pretty good reference. Stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. It's so interesting that people like still follow even when I'm not live. And they just don't come. That sounds petty, I don't mean it to be. I just think it's funny. Okay. Is this... yeah, that is. I would like their full body designs. What's a full body design of Bentley? Well, hopefully they're not too difficult to design. What's the original? Whew. Okay, that's the original. We're about to make something way better than this. For heckin' sure. Okay. Is this the size I want? Probably not. Let's see. Is that the size I want? Because, I don't know. Maybe I do want to go with 10. Because I can't remember if I changed the size of the... Sly. That's SO, that's... Here we go. Because I might have used 10. But now I can't remember. Yeah, 5 seems about right. There's no way I used 10 for this. Yeah, hell no. Okay. Well, good to know that I am consistent in that regard. Alright. How am I doing? I'm in a strange mood today. Well, I guess it's not just today, but I'm in a weird mood. I'm not feeling super 100%. Which, I mean, I guess is oxymoronic. Super 100%, like I could just say 100%. I'm not feeling all well, I guess. How are you guys doing? It's all good. I mean, things will get better, I hope. One can only hope. I did take a good first step this week in bettering my mental health by finally being able to get something that I've been holding in for a while. Is this how I did it? I can't even remember how. Oh, hopefully it is. That doesn't seem right. But 'tis but one step in a larger set of things, I feel. I want to go for something a bit more dynamic. Maybe I could have Murray over here. The Murray. The large boy. Got your college stuff for the week down. Done. Good. Nice. You still can't hear? What? I don't have music on. No. Thank you, Calum, for the host. I'm going to put this back where it was before. Because it is behind the layout. I'm going to put that back where it was. Or so help me. Yes, I do not have music on, but I don't understand why you couldn't hear the starting soon screen music. You should have been able to hear that. Let us see. Yes, this is good. This is a good reference. Okay. I'll need to make that bigger, though. Just show me the damn... Oh, God, that's too large. Oh, shoot. Oh, me always complaining about it being too big and too small. Yeah. I don't know. I figured, like, didn't really want music or something flooding my mind. Even though it probably could aid in me being a bit more mindless and just working on what I need to do, but I don't know. Don't have much of a neck, Murray. Do want to make you like a large boy, though. Because you is a hip and a hip. Oh. What do you guys want to talk about today? What shall be our topic of conversation for the morn? Do I want to talk about last night's stuff? I don't know. Hey, Simon, how you doing? It looks a bit too close to Murray's crotch. Well, that could be because of layering. They're not occupying the same space. Murray is far behind Sly. Looks more like his snout comes up. Something like that. You're finding art streams nice to watch now. That's good. So you won't be talking a ton. No worries. Hello, Nupgear. Doing fine. Yep, I'm doing well too. You know, my situation isn't the easiest for reasons you don't know. I mean, sure. I suppose you could say that. A lot of us don't know how others are doing or handling things. Yeah, Bentley's a bit more oval shaped. Just a little bit. It's got the front of his head though. He could have like this and then boink. Pasta or pizza? That's tough. I love both. Very, very much so. I enjoy Italian food quite a bit. Pizza truly is the pasta of of fast foods. Yeah, I guess I could make him a little bit more, like, curved, right? Because he's like a small boy, but he's got a large weapon in his hands. Now that weapon is strange. Yeah, I believe... who was it? Sanzaru was the one who's... were the ones who developed Sly 4, which I enjoyed. I think it was just as good as the other Sly games. Had a lot of new ideas, in my opinion, while still keeping the series familiar. Doesn't Zanzaru still own the rights? I believe so. Could be wrong about that, but I think they do. Stupid that happened a bit earlier for you, sure. And the story of the Carmelita belly dance thing. Yeah, that was, like, very odd. It's weird. I honestly don't, like, remember that. When I think of Sly 4, that's not, like, a key moment that I remember. But then again, like, Carmelita was hardly even... like, I feel like the way they treated Carmelita in 4 was kind of, like, non-existent, if that makes sense. Because she was hardly in the game. At least that's kind of how it felt. It's probably not that thick. You one-shot Volcarona with Emolga? Damn. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Isn't Volcarona... well, no, it's Firebug, isn't it? That scene does contain lap dance. I forgot about that. It's been a long time since I did Sly 4. Fuck, that's not the way. That is not how noses do. Acrobatics? Yeah. When she actually loves him and it is... yeah, True. They do sort of become partners in crime. I'm excited to play these games again. To add them to my game footage library. A lot of PlayStation games I'm sort of excited to play again. A lot of them for the first time. You hunger, then eat. But what? Out of food, then order chicken, fool. Man, doing... Sly's mouth is very strangely designed. Like, I like it, but at the same time, it's very weird. Stop talking chicken. Maybe break on that. I mean, I suggested chicken because I know you wanted chicken. That is basically the only reason. If food costs money, then get money, fool. Save up money. Don't squander it. You're waiting on an interview. It's been a week. But... oh. I don't know. Good grief. What if you don't get a job and you spent months for nothing? I mean, it wouldn't be for nothing. You'd be getting sustenance, which is literally necessary for life. You can't do your job if you don't eat, forehead. Oh, that's Marie's leg. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Damn, oh, I'll make some foreheads then. Good. I'm glad my advice is being heeded. Oh, he does have the thing on the back, doesn't he? I just remembered. Treating Murray as if he has got no heckin' eyes. Murray's got eyes. Give Murray eyes. Forehead. Bonk. He's got the one tooth over here. I'm Murray the Murray. And when Murray says that he's got a thirst for pain, you best believe him. Ugh. Thoughts on noses, boopable or not? It depends. See, I would not consider that I have a very boopable nose, but that does not mean that I do not think that noses are not boopable. I think there are many noses that are boopable. In fact, I've probably booped most noses that I've come across. Except when people are not comfortable with it, in which case I do not boop. But, you know, I'd say they're quite boopable. Boopable.com, your premier stop shop for boopable noses. Bonk, bonk. Hello, Beppis. I'm unclear if that is even how you pronounce your own name, but it is what I continue to call you, so can't stop that. So I've booped at least 3.5 billion noses. I wouldn't say it's that many. I mean, I wouldn't, but who knows? Maybe that number could be larger, and I just had no idea. That's possible. It's a lot of noses booped. And pierce my food with this nose of mine. Damn. That's a sharp nose you got there, bud. Fuck. It's because I did it from the front. That's probably why. That's why I don't like this hand. That's why I don't think that this hand is dynamic. Also probably needs to be higher and closer to his actual fucking body. Unless, well, no, because this is not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be able to see that. Yeah. Something a bit more like that, yeah. Now it looks like no upper arm. Well, I mean, this is his... Oh, you mean like shoulder? Because this is his forearm. And this is his bicep. It's supposed to be anyway. But it bothers me that it doesn't feel dynamic enough. That doesn't fix it. Sly Fox Gamer 507, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And on point with the thumbnail. What? With a thumbnail game too? What? I'm unclear. Sly's a raccoon. That's correct. Oh, Sly Fox? Right. Well, I think that maybe that's what they meant. Whenever I hear Sly, I immediately think Cooper. I forget that it's an actual word. I was supposed to finish recording a thing today for a video, but I guess I got the timing wrong because I was having I was supposed to be recording with somebody, and we specified a time, and then they got to me like way earlier when I wasn't even awake yet, telling me that they could record then, and I'm just like, okay, well, you know, sorry that I wasn't there right away, but could you come, or like, are you available now? And like, I haven't gotten an answer back, and it's just like, well, that sucks, because yesterday you said that you would be available at around this time, and now it's just like, okay, so it's earlier or not at all today, you know, there's still tomorrow, you know, like, this is gonna happen, but it's just like, I don't know, karma, I guess. I don't know. That's not exactly why I'm not in the best mood. You know, I woke up and I've been waking up a little earlier than I normally do, just like by a few hours. But I don't really want to get out of bed. Not the first time, you know. It happens. It's like I'm awake, but I just don't really want to start my day or be necessarily productive either. Maybe it's the time zones. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. I asked them like what their time zone was and everything, and as I understood it, like they were a time zone behind me. So it's just like, okay, well, I know what time I have to be ready. Time came, went, you know. Like I could have recorded my parts for it because I haven't recorded my parts for it yet. But you know, I wanted to be aware of like if they were getting back to me or not. So it's like I felt like I couldn't because I wanted to do it over the phone, you know, and do a live direction because I've noticed that that's usually best for projects like this. So I did make sure to know about that. Having a conversation with my mom this morning about communication and you know how important communicating things to people are, you know, and how I feel like I've not been great at communication growing up. Communicating my feelings, communicating what I'm thinking. Sometimes I've taken alternative routes that are shitty. You know, I want a message to be heard in a way that's not the best. You know, like if I'm upset with somebody, what I would do is, you know, take jabs or like be sarcastic. And I didn't, you know, you grow up and you're just like, I don't want to be that person anymore. I mean, and not that you ever really wanted to be that person, but you just look back and you realize, like, man, that was very shitty behavior, and that's not something I would like to be done to me, so why would I do that to other people? So, you know, you try and move past that. Um, you know, leaving people in the dark about certain things leads to other bigger issues, or it can anyway. We were discussing, just as an example, like a cousin of mine who, you know, I get along with very well. My sister gets along with him very well. But he and his own mother, the master gamer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You know, they've had a very rocky relationship as of late, and a lot of that has like it's a lot of like he said she said sort of stuff with them, in the sense that like, oh, my aunt says that my cousin is too explosive when it comes to like trying to talk about stuff, and you know, I believe that. You know, he's not necessarily difficult to talk to when it comes to like my sister and I, but at the same time, I have seen firsthand that he can be rather aggressive in the ways that he thinks, and you know, but at the same time, I understand him as well. You know, like he feels like his mother just doesn't consider his happiness when it comes to reprimanding him or educating him, and that is also true. You know, like I too have seen like firsthand how my aunt can be, and unfortunately, like when you're told when you don't have conversations and you're told no your whole life, well, you know, it's something that's difficult to explain to people when you're like, well, you kind of weren't there to listen to your kid, you know, and then they get that same attitude. It's like, well, I'm not gonna listen to you because why should I? You never listen to me, and you know, I'm just glad that I never had that with my own parents, because it would suck. I mean, granted, I know that everyone's situation is different, and I'm not saying that like, oh, you should have that relationship with your parents, because it's like, I mean, everyone's situation is different. Everyone's parents are different. There are shitty parents, no doubt about that. You know, I always, I guess I always made the mistake of valuing family a lot growing up because they were who I had, you know. And especially as a Mexican kid, you know, that's something that you're taught to value from very early on, is like value family. Family comes first, you know. But later on, you realize like, man, family is who I want family to be. And if my actual family turns out to be that, then that's great. But at the same time, you know, families can also be very shitty. And I mean, my extended family, like when it comes to that idea, extended family goes hand in hand with that over here. And that's just not true, you know? Like I could not say that I'm close with my extended family at all. And when I was a kid, like if I had known that as a kid, you know, if I knew that one day I'd fall out of love with my extended family, like I'd be really sad, just because like not to say that I was necessarily super close with them, but like I was also kind of like I really appreciated them and I esteemed them very much, but like growing up, you you see just how different they are from you and how they view the world and how they're part of a grander issue that you see with the world, you know. Um, and they contribute to that, and you try to talk to them and they won't change their stance, and it's just like, well, I can't really say that I feel for you on this certain situation just because I'm related to you by blood, you know. And I'm glad that I was able to have that sort of realization and be like, you know what, I really am not obligated to foster feelings for you. I don't want to, and that's pretty much that. You know, but other people, you sort of, you know, when it came to my dad, I could have had the same outlook, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, well, I know that. One thing about my dad that like my friends from old would tell you was that like he and I were not close, and that like he was very inattentive to me and my feelings and stuff like that growing up. And I feel like that's just not the case now. There's still a lot that I think he's very ignorant of, admittedly, but I mean, ignorance should not, at least in my opinion, that shouldn't be reprimanded. That shouldn't be punished, because for some people they are trying, you know. And I know that my dad, you know, throughout the more recent years has tried. He went through his own bout of depression. You know, I'm pretty sure he's always been a very anxious person as well. You know, just very undiagnosed, and he processed anger and fear in a very different way than I did. Uh, so like when being a teacher, like they have a lot of teacher conferences nowadays, given current world events. You know, he talks to administrative teams over the internet, and they try to come up with things to ensure that the kids get the best education that they can. My dad works primarily, well, not primarily, but specifically with teenagers, middle school teens, so ages 12 to 16. And that's young and old, respectively, for that age group. But something that he's always suggesting is making sure that their emotional state is adequate for going back to school, and that like how has the whole situation affected them emotionally and psychologically. And that's something that I am very proud of when it comes to him, is knowing that he learned that the value of emotional and mental health, and I think a good reason for that is because it was something that he went through, you know, and something that he was able to relate to my sister and I a lot better, or my sister and me a lot better, because he then understood that we went through very similar things too. If someone has different thoughts than another person, What? So what happened today? What? Oh, me? I guess I was just kind of going through the day. I mean, what happened today that made me like feel the way that I am right now? Nothing specifically. It was just like uh the knowing that like I took one step. Oh God, that was a very spitty consonant I just did there. You know, knowing that I took a first step, things aren't fixed by any means. But you know, they're just fears that are associated with pressing further on issues that you know you want resolved. But like I said, communication is key. That's basically my takeaway from, I guess, the conversation. No. Like that was just something that I was thinking about pretty much last night, today. The way things pan out sometimes between people. Plans you had that you're like, man, well, I mean, I'm glad that this is happening, but at the same time, it's like, this was not really how I wanted it to happen. I envisioned life far differently. I mean, that happens to a lot of people. That's not me specific. And not because of that are you going to enjoy it any less. Oftentimes people don't really solve issues because there wasn't enough information and like people didn't communicate properly. So people are left in the dark about a lot of things. And that can lead to, you know, life-changing things. What do I not like about this? I feel like maybe Murray's eyes are bugging me, but yeah, that works. Been awful at communication his whole life. Yeah, I mean, and that sucks. You know, like I think that was something I was telling Kyle. I think that like I'm glad that my mom instilled in me that communication is important for for problem solving. And you know, I think that part of that is also like why I started telling her about stuff this morning too, because like, well, she noticed that I was quiet and that I was like not my normal self. I mean, I'm not like exacerbating or anything when I'm not really a morning person, but you know, I'm not like stone faced or I'm not like resting bitch faced. And I guess this morning I probably was or something. I just wasn't emoting very well. So she could tell something was up, and instead of being like, "No, I'm fine," like I do that a lot just because like I don't want my parents to worry. But you know, they're not stupid. They can tell something's up with me, and that I just don't want to really, you know, talk about it or worry them. But this was a moment where I was like, you know what, she deserves to know. You know, and like I probably do want to talk about this and get it off my chest in a way. Because like I'm not even looking necessarily for a solution. I just, you know, I want to talk about this and be heard about it. Is that what I want to do? Perhaps. I also feel like his fist could be a little... God damn it, this thumb is bugging the hell out of me. That's the thing, though, because, like, it would reach his annular finger, but... Would it be thicker? Is that why? Hmm. Perhaps. Not sure. So yeah. And I don't know, like that feeling of just, oh, he has the belt thing. I forgot about that. Of not wanting to wake up. Like I'd rather be asleep than I'd have to wake up and be like, okay, well, time to be productive and do stuff. Because I mean, people say like take a break, and it's just like I don't want to because because I already feel like I don't do much as it is. So it's definitely not taking a break that needs to that will help me. I awaken, though I'd rather be asleep. Stars in the sky in the starry night, memories I keep. Time is it for me? It is currently 7:30. Naps aren't a cure-all. Truth. Okay, so it is a hexagon. It's a very strange hexagon. It's an irregular hexagon because it is not even on all sides. What? 1, 2, 1, 2. What the fuck? No, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it is a hexagon, but holy fuck. That's a very strange shape. So bizarre. You foul creature. I'm gonna stare at you real hard. Hey, Super AJ64. It's good to see you, AJ. To have you here. You woke up from your nap. Happy nap. Oh. Oh, huh. Okay, I never noticed. I mean, this makes sense, given that they are spectacles, but I guess I never noticed that, like, they bend this way. Okay, and then... Okay. Boink, boink, boink. Boink, 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 boink. It's strange how difficult Bentley is to actually draw. It's interesting. Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah, it's an MMO. It's a very fun MMO. Ouch. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Ugh. Is it because this is too big? Probably this is too big. Warrior. Do I want to grab the top two? Probably not. That's a little better, I think. Probably. Oh boy. Ears ringing. Someone is talking some smack about me. That's what we normally say over here. Your ears ringing, someone talking shit. Is it any good? I enjoy it. I think it's very fun. It has a slow beginning, but especially good when you have people to play with. He's a lot less triangular than I made him too, because he's not this much of a triangle over here. But they don't. You get it on PS4, you can get it on Steam. That's correct, Phoenix. Sure know a lot about a game you don't play. Just kidding. I'm not even like I don't even feel good enough to sass today, I feel like. Because you can't, yeah. Oh gosh. I awaken, though I'd rather be asleep. Stars in the sky and the stars at night, the memories I keep. Dun, 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 dun. So what's one more day? Thanks, Simon. Chill out there, bud. Well, you can't even really see it on that side. Whatever, that works. I love that, like, the bodies have so fewer detail in this reference. Like, the faces are the things that have, like, the line art and everything, and then the bodies are just, like, me. And low. Do you need to be further away is that way? Oh boy. Perhaps. Also, you're not, like, extended all the way. That probably explains why you're a little closer. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Bing, bonk, bing, bonk, bonk, bing, bonk. Ooh, I wonder if I can make that look fancy. Because he would be... Oh, no, he wouldn't be. Yeah, he'd be grabbing... Well, in this reference, he's grabbing with his right hand, but I don't think he does. That's gonna be confusing. Okay, it's true. I have not played that. I don't even know what that is. Oh gosh. Kind of want to make Bentley look a little angrier. Oh god. No, I have not, but I've heard it's a very good ROM hack. That's not the shortcut I want. Fucking no. It's not what I meant to do. Oh my god. Boink, boink. Yeah, I can leave that there. Okay. That's part of the gun. Okay. See if I can somehow make this work. Because you have, that's like a vest, and then you have a shirt over here. Shirt should have a wrinkle somewhere over there, yeah. Do want your shell to be showing. Okay, this would be like a backpack of some sort. And then the shell. Huh. Yeah, I guess you can't even really see it. Oh, I see. That seems like a hand that's going in a completely different direction. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god. It's a really bad sign too. I just feel tired. Well, and it's not even really tired, just down, I guess. What do your hands look like? I could help. I could help too, Sly. You know it. I can say that, like, the gun. Yeah, I could do that, maybe. So, like, make the gun be like this. And then make the... Well, you wouldn't even see that hand then. Dang it. Dang it all. Just frick it all. Oh boy. Just expanding my body, or adjusting my, I don't know why it's like expanding. Adjusting my body to better suit certain positions and feel more comfortable. Oh boy. I don't even know what the hell any of this is. Nothing to hold me back anymore. How'd I get into Sly? When I was a kid and I had a PS2, well, I still have it. I don't know why I said I had it. Well, like when it was I guess a new thing for me. My parent, I don't remember exactly how it was that my parents, like, they must have picked it up somewhere at either a game store or like a flea market or something. They must have seen it and been like, "Oh, this looks kid friendly. Let's pick it up for the boy." And I don't think I'd ever heard of Sly Cooper before, because I think I said this before too, is that I can't imagine that I asked for this game, like for the first game. Though I remember when we moved to Mexico, or like shortly before we moved, we went to like a Best Buy or something, or some sort of store, and I remember seeing the cover for this game in particular. It might have been. I can't imagine that it was Honor Among Thieves. When did Honor Among Thieves come out? Sly 3. 2005. It might have been Sly 3 then that I saw. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was Sly 3. But I remember seeing like a sequel on the shelves, and I was just like, "Oh, that looks pretty cool." But I'd only ever played the original, and I loved the original. That being said, I think that the sequels do expand upon the first game a lot, and I don't know which I'd say my favorite one is. I really do enjoy 2 a lot. I do really, really like 2. But I think it's hard for me to say which one would be my favorite. I was just like, I feel like I was way more into platformers as a kid. Nowadays I still am. I still love me a good platformer, but not as much as when I was a kid. There was just such, I mean, and granted, I feel like I still have this sort of quality or trait today. There's something about collectathons that I just really, really enjoy. There's something, like, cool, I think, about me. There's something really cool that I like, or that I get a feeling of when I collect. I think that's why I like Spyro so much, too. Like, you go through the worlds and you collect stuff. Like, there's basically, like, a checklist of things to do. And Sly kind of had that. It wasn't exactly like it. I think that's also why I enjoyed Jak and Daxter so much, too. Like, being able to go into your menu and being like, okay, what else do I need? I really like that. That's why, like, I've dabbled with the idea of Soulstar having a very light collectathon aspect to it. Because since it's not necessarily level-based, it's kind of hard to make it collectathon-esque. Yeah, well, kind of, because it's not really, I don't know. Collectathons gave me brain rot. You the boy, my boy. Thank you, German. Appreciate that. It's a 3D free roaming collecting things. Yeah, honestly, probably. And, like, Sly 1 had a lot of that. Like, Sly 2 and onward were far more, like, level-based. Like, go into... I mean, there was still a sense of collectathon-esque things. Kind of. Not as much as in the first game, though. The first game had way more of a collectathon-esque vibe. But even then, it wasn't, like, huge on it. It was like, okay, get this collectible from here, this objective from here. But yeah, Kyle, like, I feel that too. In Paper Mario, I told you guys that after we beat Book of Mario, I spent the next week, or the following week after we finished it, just playing through it again for recording purposes so I could have it in my game library, or my game footage library. And I was so tempted. I was so damn tempted to actually, like, because I got all the partners, I got all the shine sprites, I got all the tattles. I beat the Glitz Pit, the rematch. I beat that. So I was, like, very tempted to be like, man, I got all the Luigi books, I got all the pieces of lore in Rogueport, and I was so tempted. I was so tempted to just be like, you know what, man, I'm already here. Might as well do, like, all the recipes and get all the badges. But I was like, no, that could take God knows who long. How long, I mean. No soy empired? Then who are you? You and your alt accounts? You weirdo. The Stay Awesome is cutting off. Yeah, I haven't found a way to fix that. I don't know why that is, because, like, if I make the thing any bigger in OBS, the position of the text changes, and I don't know why that is. It's only for certain names. It's weird. You have a suggestion? If I like Sly, I should try the Nicktoons games. They're kind of similar to Sly, but, like, broken to shit. It's funny. That's what you liked about Spyro and... Major Miki, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Wait, what's not a collectible but has a fair amount of... CC426, thank you for the follow as well. Your thing should be showing up soon, probably. It's not a collectathon but has a fair amount of collectibles. What are you talking... Paper Mario? Yeah. Also, their PS2 GCN games, so nostalgia for them is high right now. Right, yeah. Oh, those are all your accounts. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Don't know why you have so many, but... Yeah, I don't know, because I'm trying to think... Like, Banjo-Kazooie, right? I tried to get into that a couple years ago. I don't remember exactly when. But, like, I tried playing it just on my own to see, like, what the big fuss was about. And I want to go back to it for sure. It was one thing that I really didn't like about it personally, and I think it was because I was too much in, like, the Spyro mindset, was that notes don't get saved. So it's like either you get all 100 on your first go, or you're screwed. Because like the Jinjos, that was cool. It was cool that like those saved. I think that's why I like Ty the Tasmanian Tiger as well. And I don't know about the sequels, but like the first game really has that collectathon aspect to it, and I love it for it. And that being said, I've only ever 100%ed that once in my whole life. You don't like Banjo's difficulty, but goddamn, it's geniusly designed. Yeah, there are things about it that like. Do you mean like level design wise? Because maybe I didn't play enough of it to agree with you, but at the same time, I don't know. I feel like I went through it a lot. Well, okay, I didn't get too far in the game now that I think about it, but what I did play, I was like, I have no idea. Like, this is so. It feels very aimless, which in some cases is a good thing for open world games, but in other cases, just like I'd like at least like to know or have a semblance of a path. I feel like because there was something that I was doing in the game that made me feel like, okay, I can't find this damn last jiggy. I really can't. Like, it just frustrated me. Level design and challenges are really well thought out, but for the most, but man, it feels so awkward to control. Like I said, I'd like to go back to it. Like when you mentioned Soulstar and Collectathon, that's what you were bringing. Oh. Let me read it again. A Collectathon, but as not a Collectathon, but as a fair amount of collectibles. Kinda. One thing that I was thinking a lot about is that there are different regions in Soulstar, and that's like what I showed the map of last time. And one thing that I thought a lot about, or that like I've thought a lot about that I really want to incorporate is regional currents. So like there's one singular currency for the entire like game and world, and like you can go and buy stuff with that currency. But there are special. I want there, or like my idea is, I don't know if like it's gonna be a finalized thing or not, but I would like there to be a regional currency, and I think my idea for this came from Mario Odyssey. You know how like they have the kingdom coins that are like the purple coins. Like that's sort of where I got my idea for it. Because I was like, oh, that's kind of like a cool little feature that like you can use those coins for like specific things in the game that don't count as normal coins. And I think like because I love the idea and I like the idea as like a collectible toward a certain goal or toward a certain percent. And I think I'm just dabbling with like what their use would be. I guess also for maybe custom outfits and stuff. Custom outfits was another thing. Like that's just a. I would much rather get the game working first than like worry about customization stuff. But I would love to have customization stuff. Because that was always the thing. Like, you guys know how much I love customization, but for Soulstar, I was like, well, I mean, I really want people to see their designs, you know? But at the same time, I'm just like, man, I love customization too much. I think you guys were the ones that convinced me to just, like, just bite the bullet and go for it. I'm just like, yeah. Because there are a lot of games that do it, and they, like, have added stats and whatnot. But I feel like in Soulstar, it would really just be for the sake of the aesthetic. Like, you just... They don't do anything stat-wise. It's just like if you want to change the way the characters look. When you quit, you get a game over regardless. What app do I use to draw? I use a software called Krita. It's very, in terms of drawing tools, it's very akin to Photoshop as far as I take it. I really don't like drawing in Photoshop. I know that it's very versatile, but I never got comfortable with it. Krita is free. You can use it. It has very good support, user support. It's a very good community as well. You can animate in it, so that's cool. I just the way that you customize the brushes in Krita, I just think is a lot more user friendly than Photoshop is. So you can achieve a lot more variety with it. In fact, like the tools that I use, the brushes that I normally use, are custom made. They're not custom made by me. I used to use a custom tool that I made. Yeah, this was what I would use. Oh, that's so weird. I don't like that anymore. That's so... Wow. I really do not enjoy that anymore. Yeah, the ones I used to use were very... Oh, gosh. They're so blocky. I can't imagine using those anymore. Banjo slipping was reduced, and you don't mean on ice. Oh. I can make the currencies based on constellations. That's a cool idea. It's culturally coded money, yet it's universally usable. Yeah, like the normal currents would be, yeah. Customization is best. It's great when done right. Yeah. It can be done wrong. There's such a thing as too many options. I agree. Yeah. Chibi, Kamudi, and Buffazoo. I don't know that... I wouldn't say that it's that kind of customization. I feel like it would just be outfits. Because there's another thing. An element to the world that I sort of developed recently that I think added a lot to the lore of the story and how things work in it, is the use of plants. And I think the reason why I personally am lobbying for plants is like a feature or like a huge... I don't know. I guess it is not technically a plot point, but it's not really. It's more just like a reality of the universe in a way. Herbs and plants are very... They're able to be used in pretty scientific ways, but like it's almost like alchemic in a way, where it's just like it's magic but also science. Kind of hard to describe the way that I want to implement it. But one thing that I think is cool is that like your characters physically change depending on... Because you can use them as like potions and stuff. Or like stat boosters. And as a result, like your character's hair briefly changes depending on how long... Well, not depending on how long, but like depending on the effect. But it's temporary. Like the effect isn't permanent for some characters. When you can mix and match options, but it's implemented terribly and always looks awful unless it's the full set. Silence Xenoblade hater. Vanity slots are the best things ever. I mean, it's fine, Kyle. I haven't really mentioned too much about it. What if the different regions were based on constellation folklores? The regions are based on real world places, actually. But they're like one thing that I haven't really... It's more so like thematically, you know, like there's an Ireland region, there's an Egypt region, and that was more so like I was thinking kind of in a video gamey sort of way where it's like, oh, I need the desert level, or I need like the grass level, the swamp level, you know, stuff like that. The beach level. So it's like that's sort of how I was thinking about it, but their history is not based on real world stuff. So like their history could be based on like constellations and stuff, because like a lot of moves, a lot of like special moves are like named after celestial events and stuff like that. Space. Wait, what? Witch and Warlock comedian has seen. Oh, that'd be cool. The gardening spin-off. All-Star gardening minigame. You don't know what you're saying. Am I using a pen or a mouse? I'm using a pen. I have a drawing tablet. Much easier to do. Like a costume coat above the armor slots so you can look fashionable while wearing the ugliest but most effective shit. That's the thing. I don't want to have the outfits influence the stats. Precisely because of that. Like if you want to wear like a fucking, I'm trying to think of like an example. Like if you want to wear a magical girl outfit. And that's the thing, that's another thing that I don't know if I want to do. Like, part of me really does want to do it, because I think it's hilarious. Like what Phoenix was talking about earlier, the whole, mixing and matching shit that just doesn't make any sense. That looks horrible together, so it's like, oh, headpiece, top, bottom, accessory, stuff like that. But the other part of me is like, should I do that, or should I just go for like the full set of an outfit? Because do I go for the aesthetic, or do I go for like the memes? Because I mean, the memes could be aesthetic, but I don't know. I feel like people would use them more for the memes. The Greenland level. Well, Greenland is like an ice world. It's funny, I don't really have a lot of ice locations, which I think is so strange, considering that like ice levels are always so interesting to me. But I do have a few ice locations. I just wish that I had made more. Like a whole region based on ice would have been interesting, but I didn't do that. Reality and fictional to create cultures for your world. Yeah, for sure. Like there are like real world references in terms of like characters' designs. Or I get not really real world references, real world mythology, I think, is more so what I mean. Because like there's a character that's like based on Hathor, which was like an Egyptian goddess. And like I try to incorporate design elements from that mythological character. Yeah, and striking that balance is interesting, because I don't know, and I think a reason why I did that is because I've always loved reading like trivia on games or movies, and being like, oh, this character came from or is based off of this real world thing. And I'm just like, oh, that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. I see how they implemented that, and I think that like that's where my love for that came from. Make sure you do your research when making those areas so you don't do stuff that's offensive. That's true. That's very true. Because the thing is, like, I always think of, I can utilize this because, I mean, it's a part of real world culture. But then you don't know, like, when people don't like to be represented in certain ways, where it's just like, oh, this is very sacred to us. And to be represented in, like, a video game is, like, that goes against what we as a culture enjoy. So it's just like, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that for sure. You want Kamudi in a sombrero with Madoka Magica dress and a Persona mask? Yeah, you can do that. Exactly. Because I think the accessories would be the only thing that like would change stats. But the rest of the clothes wouldn't. Yeah, and like that's why like you get 2 accessory slots. And those are like separate from the rest of the outfit. Or they're considered in a different state as far as the game is concerned. Would be best for my sanity. Mythology is a very tricky thing to base stuff on. I mean, that's the thing. Like, when it comes to mythology, you're basically just basing it off of it. You're not saying like, oh, this is this mythological character. It's like, no, that's why I feel like it's a little bit safer. And I mean, I could still be completely wrong about that. Just because it's like, well, I'm not saying that, oh, you are this character. Clearly you're based on this, like, culture, or you're based off this, like, country. But I'm not saying that that's what you are. And I mean, that maybe that's like that's a cop-out. But I mean, I really am not trying to be like, oh, Kamudi is Indian, you know, like she's based on like on a Hindi person, but where she comes from is not India in this world, you know. It's just a place that has a culture that's very akin to it. I don't know if it snows a whole lot in India, but I know that it does where she comes from. Hoka Girl, thank you for the host. Appreciate that. There is never a single one true canon on mythology. Doesn't the mythology thing feed into the constellation idea though? Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily, because not all mythology is based on constellations. But I think I see what you mean. Like, for example, Greek and Roman culture, I know, like, were very heavily based on the stars. Egyptian culture was it was more based on the skies, more so than the sun, as far as I understand it. Because there were, like, a lot of sun gods and gods of the elements, for example. They didn't really base a lot of it on the stars necessarily. Christianized religions, mythologies, Celtic mythology. How much more there is to learn about culture than you initially... Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Mythology doesn't require accuracy, it's just interesting stories, not real world. Exactly, yeah, that's really what I love about mythology, is that, like, there are these crazy stories that they're just like, oh shit, that's sick. Like, for example, there's Quetzalcoatl, who is an Aztec, I believe Aztec, god. The feathered serpent. And, you know, like, they believed that... I'm totally butchering, like, what the story of Quetzalcoatl is, but I'm trying to remember what it is, basically. And why they would offer sacrifices. I think, because I'm pretty sure that Quetzalcoatl had to do with the wind, but maybe it had to... They had to do with the sun as well. Because I know that there were sacrifices for, like, a god that, like, would give them the sun back or something like that. And there were people who were just like, oh, fuck, I really don't want to do the sacrifice, but I mean, it's for the sun, so we gotta do it. Meanwhile, like, that wasn't actually what happened, but they believed so heavily that it was, that was just their belief, you know? And that's really interesting. Strange mask, a mask to be formed from cognition. You know what, Daisy? The thing with that is that it's honestly tricky to do shit like that, and I'm honestly kind of scared to make sly references like that, mostly because of copyright. Like, I know that there are a lot of game companies or anime or whatever that, like, do use likenesses and stuff without actually saying, like, oh, it's not actually this. It's, like, my version of this, so you can't sue me. But at the same time, it's just like, I really would rather just not tread those waters. Because I really wanted to... One thing I really wanted to do was give Kamuri, a legit Sailor Moon outfit. Without calling it a Sailor Moon outfit. But it's, like, super obviously meant to be that. Oh, fuck, really? Don't tell me. Oh, thank God. What happened? Oh, you probably disconnected. You just be writing an erotica. You're not saying Constellation created all myths. I'm saying you could also use Constellation myth. Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. How did I come up with my avatar? You mean me? The one that's supposed to look like me? I just came up with it. I don't, like, there's not really an inspiration for it. I just did it. Is a god of a lot of different things. Yeah. You should really consider studying cultural architecture. Oh, I hate that shit. That's one of the art things that I'd honestly rather leave to someone else. When it comes to architecture, I find it so incredibly boring. Like, I can look at architecture and appreciate it for what it is, like real world, but when it comes to designing buildings, I am just no good at it. And it's just something that's like, I cannot see myself getting better at it. And it kind of, like, admittedly, it is kind of out of a lack of interest. It really is like I don't want to get better at it, so I'm not going to. You know, I admit that, but it's just like I'm much more of a character designer than I am anything else. Or rather, much more than I am an anything else designer. It's just angles and ratios. That shit, dude, you say angles and ratios, I'm already fucking bored. I know that characters have them too, absolutely they do, but it's just like, no. It's really not the same for me. The complexities that go into a character, to me, are very different than the complexities that go into a building. I'm just no good at it, and I have no interest in getting better at drawing buildings. Or structures or houses. How dare I not be identical to you? It's just a Japan schoolgirl outfit. I guess that's true. Yeah, you're right. Oh, you can't reference us, which stupid mindset, but it feels like thievery. Yeah. Okay, fine, fail. It's your choice. Damn, dude, thanks. I mean, I wasn't really making... I just was disagreeing with finding it interesting. I don't, but okay. I guess I have to find architecture interesting. That's gonna suck. No, because I mean, I took like an architecture course in high school because I had to. It was part of like my art program, and I fucking hated every second of it. Because a lot of people went to art or like got into the art major so that they could study architecture in college or in university, and I hated it. So I was like, this is so uninteresting to me. Like materials and like the reason things were structured the way they were historically. I'm just like, I think Gothic architecture was the only thing I even remotely cared about, because just it, like, the way it was structured was interesting to me, but from an aesthetic point of view, not from an actual architectural, like, reason slash, you know, like, obviously those places are going to be they're going to be thematically like no. I don't want like two different places to have like the same architecture, but I'm not going to be in charge of that. I don't. You're also lazy. I mean, just do it. Just write. Gotham, yeah. No, I wouldn't, Kyle. I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't appreciate it more. Just because, again, it's because of the subject matter. It's not necessarily who taught me what. And the reason I tell you that is because, you know, like, I had artist teachers who taught me interesting things about artistry itself, about, like, color theory, about other things, art history even, like, that I found somewhat interesting. Like, I remember one thing that, for some reason, I think this was also part of, like, architecture with columns. Like, the way that columns were structured and, like, what they meant, that I found interesting. Buildings, I just cannot get into. I just can't. I don't care. A building could be a fucking rectangle for all I care, and I'd just be like, okay. Like in a game, if I see a really well-designed building, I'd be like, oh man, that building looks really cool. It was like last night when we went to Ishgard, and I saw the castle. I was like, oh, that's a really sick-looking castle. But, you know, ask me to design something like that, I'm like, I have no interest. Nope. Why is this castle built the way it is? Of how you were introduced. I don't know what to tell you, man. I really don't know what to tell you. Reference again. Why is this fucking orange? God damn. It's like, oh, you got a thing here. It's like, no, I don't. Jeez. Just to look at it for culture reasons and inspiration and stuff. Well, I mean, obviously. And I mean, I was agreeing with that. I was saying that, yes, I would do that. But also, culturally and historically, I also still don't really care too much about the way things are designed in terms of structures. Like, of course, they must have, like, a reason behind why they are the way that they are, and, like, thematically, I do give a shit why they are the way that they are. I'm just saying that, like, that's just stuff that I don't... I'm going to have to research into it, and I guess, you know... There are a lot of things that I'm just like, I really don't feel like I should put too much thought, because I'm going to drive myself insane if I care about every meticulous detail about it. And it would just be absolutely ridiculous if people were like, actually, you're wrong, because Ireland doesn't have structures like this. It's just like, okay, but it's not Ireland. I don't know. That's just my mindset. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't look for architecture in terms of inspiration for the lore, because the lore to me is very separate from that, too. In terms of, like, what the worlds are and every, I have an idea of what I want for like, the places. And I know, like, what every region is going to be in that sense. I am drawing Sly Cooper. What do you mean you didn't hear me when I said I'd do that? That was like one of the first... Well, okay, it wasn't one of the first things I said. But I did say it at some point. Because I specifically said that I needed it for... or that I wanted, like, each world to look distinct. So it's like, of course, they're going to need to be... or have their theme. Well, maybe I didn't say it exactly the way that both of us are thinking. I think we're thinking of very different things. What's my favorite character from Sly Cooper? Probably Bentley. I like Bentley a lot. The hell is that? And to know why they make their buildings differently from everyone else. It can tell you a bit more about their beliefs and interests. Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know, that still seems like stuff that I personally just am not super, like, interested in. And I think the reason why I'm not interested in it is because it's such a meticulous... It's such a meticulous part of the world, right? That I think is so specific that I can't possibly imagine myself caring about in any other game. Like, even in an open world game where it's just like, wow, there's so much lore built into the history of the land that I look at the structures around and I'm not wondering like, oh man, I wonder why they made it this way, or I wonder why it's made out of sticks instead of bricks. You know, like that's just to me, that's just the way it is, and like, okay. Beliefs, yeah, to me, beliefs are sort of a different thing, and like, there are different belief systems in the different regions. But that more so influences the personality of the place more so than like the geography or the I don't know, and I think that it's also because that's more what I focus on when it comes to like designing things. I focus more on like, why do things look the way they do? Why are they dressed a certain way? Why are they, you know? Which, I mean, is probably the same amount of meticulous, right? Like, I also don't look at people and I'm like, oh, why are they dressed that way? Like, I'm not, but I consciously know it's like, well, okay, well, they have to have something in common. But there's also a sense of variety that I want to achieve that I know probably won't make sense given, like, people think, oh, whenabouts does this story take place? It's like, well, the thing is, it's not really actual time, you know? There have been advancements in certain technology, but like culturally, things are very different from each other, and they advance, I think, at different rates too. People know why your characters act the ways they do. The more we sympathize and actively care for them. Sure, but I don't think that has anything to do with. And again, maybe I'm stuck in like something that you're not talking about and is just structured in a way that I don't understand. But when it comes to culture, yes, obviously, but a lot of that culture is fictional. It's not like it can be based on other things, but it doesn't necessarily have to be one for one to it. Which is why I'm like, okay, yeah, obviously I'm doing my research into these cultures, but at the end of the day, when it's fictional, only so much of it is inspiration, and like, and that's again, it goes back into my fear where people are like, oh, but that's not how this group of people behave. I'm like, that's the thing, that this is not that group of people. It's purely for aesthetic reasons that I chose them. It's not for like, because I feel sort of like a jerk saying like, oh, it's not about representation, because it is, but at the same time, it's not about like necessarily accurate representation either. There are a group of people that are discriminatory against another group of people for very stupid reasons. And now that we're having this conversation, I'm thinking like, oh man, I wonder if people are going to think that like I'm saying that that group of people is racist. Like, no, that's not at all what I'm trying to say. They just happen to be discriminatory against this specific set of people, but that has no bearing on their real life counterpart. In fact, it's funny. The whole reason that they're the whole reason we came up with the whole like, oh, they're discriminatory against this group of people, was to show how stupid racism is and how like people hate very inconsequential things. Enforce the characters are the way that they are. I suppose. I guess I think more in color than I do material, I think is why. Oh wow, Phoenix actually did mention something about materials. I guess that's another thing, is that I don't think of the world as like so expansive that there are wildly different beliefs, even though I know that in the real world there are. I never really considered, you know, the people of the world having like wild, because like it was sort of a thing where, at least the way that I kind of wanted to structure it, was that like everyone sort of just understood the same thing about the world. They just interpreted it very differently, but not like wildly differently. Where like different religions exist. I guess the way I thought about it was like, because I don't know if like I give off the wrong idea that this is supposed to be like a super mega ultra Skyrim ass open world thing. It's not. But more like there's this one belief and there are different takes on the same belief. That was sort of what I was going for in terms of that. The town that was based on it was just a desert area, and they didn't add the skeleton people, the colorful designs. Would you really had enjoyed that representation? Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't immediately relate it to Mexico. Not to mention that world is not like. There's also very little lore. I think I understand what you're saying, but like if it was just desert, again, I wouldn't even think of it as like Mexico. It's because of the colorful designs and the skeletons that I'm like, oh shit, okay, well that's based on Mexican culture. But I acknowledge that it's not meant to be Mexico itself, right? Otherwise, they would have just called it Mexico, you know? Yeah, but there's so many, because I'm trying to think of like an example, right? Because to me, a lot of it was based on like Pokemon and like the simplicity of like you go into a Pokemon world and you don't like, man, the people of Cerulean City, I wonder like what their houses are made of. It's, to me, it's that sort of like simplicity. Um, and I like to be fair, you know, like, oh man, I really love that old man in the house in like the back of Cerulean City. I understand that, right? But it's just like I've always been of the mindset that there are details that are too detailed. There are probably a lot of things about Soulstar that people are gonna think of like, oh man, I wonder about this, and I'm just like, the curtains are fucking blue, man. I didn't put that amount of thought into it just because like I didn't think it was important to the world and the story. One town to another and think, oh, these are going to be super different because Pokemon has different regions. Right, but and like they all have their own thing, but again, to me that's just an aesthetic difference that's unique to the region, and I don't really put in a lot of thought as to why they are the way that they are. It just is to me. It's just like, okay. Like there are certain things about the world that's like, okay, well this place doesn't have, or like is in a war because of this reason, this political reason, or this socio-economic reason. Um, why is this place raining all the time? Oh, it was because of this. Um, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like you can sell to, and that's what I'm getting at. Like I'm not thinking about why. They just are, you know. Like of course there's probably a reason for it in my world, but I have not thought of the reason why they are the way that they are, because that's hardly the point. When you get there, you just get there, and that's just a reality of the world, you know? Oh man, it's kind of cool that these houses are slanted when the rest of the world isn't, right? Yeah, it is cool. Why is it like that? I don't know. I thought it was cool. It's pretty neat that like these islanders use bushes for blankets. This is a random like that's not an actual thing yet, but this is an example. I thought this bill is very nice. Extra detail, which really shows how much care and time. And that's something that I'm afraid of, is that I'm going to put a lot of care into other things that people are just not going to care about. Like, there's probably a lot about Kamuti's design that you guys have no idea about, that you haven't thought, like, well, I wonder why he designed it like that. And it's just like, there was a reason for it. Because again, when it comes to character design, that's more what I focus. And even then, there's not really an. I guess that kind of defeats my own purpose, because it's not an in-universe reason. It was a real-world reason. I was just like, oh man, this is based off of this real-world thing that has very little connection to the actual in-universe world, but I thought it was like a cool little detail. Whenever there are like structures or buildings, there are like one or two that I thought of, like, oh, this castle and its historical significance to the story. Or because a king lives there, or because this, right? But it's just like, there is such a thing as too much or too obtuse of a design or reason. And there isn't with architecture? I feel like there is. It's funny the way you're designing character, you're describing character design is how I feel about like world building. I feel like there can be too much to a point where I'm just like it doesn't matter to me. You could have said that it was built yesterday, and I would have been like, okay, it just is. But that's just me, you know. You can't. You can't design the character after the world you put them in if it's fictional. Nobody would get the references or misinterpret them as meaningful. Design the character after the world you put them in. I suppose, and I feel like that is where something where I'm like a little concerned, just because it's like I always do design characters first. And I think a lot of that is just because I'm like the world will come and then I can just place them in there, because I mean that's kind of how it was. That is kind of how it went. You know, like the characters to me came first, and I accommodated their backstory, or like I pretty much like put all these elements together in a way that would make sense to fit this world and its beliefs and its history. Design wise, I know I should make tweaks that make them fit a little bit more, which is a little unfortunate for me, but it is for the sake of being better appreciated and making a little bit more sense. There's just a part of me that's like afraid that once that is changed, it makes less sense for them to be the character they are, right? Instead of something a bit more generic. And that's really what I don't want, because I do want these characters to stand out in their world. Maybe even stick out like a sore thumb, you know? And there have been games where that's happened, where I've just been like, yeah, okay. You know? But maybe I'm just a little bit more accepting of the madness, admittedly. Well, that's weird. Like, to me, I feel like I can't comprehend the idea of complexity for complexity's sake, because, and I'm sure that there are a lot of examples of it, but like the idea of, oh, this character has this very complex character trait that never comes up in the story. I'm just like, okay, then what's the point? You know? And I can't, like, personally, I can't think of a character that's like that. Again, you guys probably have a lot of examples of it. But yeah, like, if you're gonna give a character a plot point, or like a difficult personality thing, then, you know, that should matter to the story, or to that character's story at the very least. Why are they the way that they are? Why do they behave? There's actually a really interesting thing. One of the, probably my favorite things that I wrote for these characters. There are two characters that had a very similar life in terms of, you know, the cards that were laid out for them. But both of them are in themselves two very different characters and handle things very differently. And it had little to do with where they grew up. It had, well, okay, that's not entirely true. With one of them, where they grew up mattered a lot. The other one, it really was just a matter of like, well, that's just who that person is, you know. To give everything meaning is disingenuous. Sometimes things really do just happen for no reason. Sometimes people are the way that they are for no reason, regardless of their upbringing, regardless of... I mean, that's not to say that upbringing and where you are born and where you grew up doesn't have an influence. It absolutely does. But there are people who are able to stride, or what's the word I'm looking for? Strive? Yes, there are people who are able to strive regardless of that. And I wanted to use both those characters to sort of explain that, or to highlight that. Never destined for greatness. The most interesting ones are nobodies that are forced into... Yeah, I agree. What? I never said that was the case. I don't think I did. Just for exploring it, if you ever plan to maybe continue it later. If you delve deep into why a character is who they are, it helps to more organically explain why they do something instead of it happened so the story could start. Yeah, absolutely. Life is but a series of weird events that just lead to something else. And the catalysts are often the characters. Some could say exclusively the characters. I didn't... It's because it doesn't show up here as that. I'm gonna need to check out the thumbnail to see where I put it. Okay, side here. And I also want to tackle, like, those characters', stories in ways that aren't... information dumps, because, like, a lot of their formations happen far before the story starts. There's another character who is pretty much the embodiment of the idea that, you could have... what's that, like, Star Trek quote? You could make every right move and still lose. That's not pathetic, that's life? Something like that? I might be misquoting that, but I think that it's a quote that's like that. It's a part of the culture, and culture is a big way of explaining why a group of people act a specific way, why they like, dislike something, or how quickly they get... I think more so it's an example. I wouldn't say that explains it. That's kind of where I disagree with that, because it's like... I think that architecture is a byproduct of that, not an explanation of it. And maybe that's what you said, and I just misinterpreted it. If so, I apologize, but, like, I don't... Because, again, the culture aspect of it, the personality stuff, that I'm totally on board with. It really is just, like, I personally... I'm not big brain enough to think about architecture in that way. Culture dictates personality, saying it helps give a start into characters. That's what personality is, though. If anything, I would say that culture does dictate personality. I mean, it not like to a T, but it definitely... Because it influences it. Some people think of a certain way because that's just the culture of the place, There are a lot of people who erroneously think something because that's how they were brought up. That's the reality of the place that they live in. Whether or not that thing is true, and they can change. But culture has a huge impact on people's motivations. Why they become the people that they are. There's a way that's not a wall of texting. How would you show a character is rebellious? You could have them reject their own culture. That's still part of the culture. You still need the culture for that. That you need a culture to reject. Imagine that there's no culture. Okay, what are you rebelling against? There's still something to rebel against. You know, I'm not saying that you need culture to be rebellious, but like the culture still influenced that because the character itself had the personality that was like, well, no. And you could ask, okay, well, why do they have that personality, right? And that's where outside influences come from. But to say that the culture doesn't influence that, I don't think is necessarily true. Because it's in a way a catalyst. Their own culture, belief system. Culture doesn't dictate that they are rebellious. The rebellious nature reacts to their culture. Right. And there are events that lead to that. That culture can help to tell a character's personality. Well, yes. But I thought that the point you were making at the end there was that it doesn't necessarily have to mean that as well. Now I'm confused what the original point was. Because, like, yes, culture it matters, but again, I think we're looking at different parts of culture. And maybe I'm going to an extreme with what you're saying. In that, like, oh, the architecture explains part of the culture, and to me, again, it's just like, I suppose. I just don't personally think too much about certain aspects of culture in that way. I think more about the psychological aspects, less than, well, I do think about the material ones too, in certain instances, because I think I talked about that as well. So it would be disingenuous of me to say that I don't. It can drive a character. It can give a character drives, traits, or thought process. Sure, of course. That I agree with. An environment all her life that's pretty much isolated and alone because the people she was raised by want it to be that way. It's through the help of other character that she breaks free of what she was taught. She wants to sympathize with the people she wishes not to judge because she rebels against what she was taught. Yeah. Play a woman who left her home because the family had some old tradition she doesn't want to be any part of. She joined street gangs when she was still living at home and later ran away to find herself in life. But has to come back home because her sister is forced to marry an absolutely horrendous guy that needs to be put to a stop. Can add to the story, making the audience care more. Right. That I completely understand and agree with. And again, I think that it's because we're talking about characters in that scenario. Like when we were talking, the reason I was just like, I don't know, was when we were talking about strictly architecture, which is like, oh, you know, people need to care about this fucking building. that's where I'm just like, that's sort of where I thought you were going with that. We're talking about like character motivation. We're talking about like the world shaping the character. Yeah, of course, I agree with that. Adding details there helps their experience. I suppose so. Again, I would, and that was my original point, is that like I would much rather leave that to someone else rather than focus on that myself, because I wouldn't know what details to put in there in order to make, because to me that sort of design is very different from character design. Where it's like, oh, I can put this scar here. Like I could put this tear in the wall here, right? And it's just like, yeah, I guess I could, but I'm not talented enough to design that way, I guess. You don't need culture to tell all character stories. It's just a good base for, yeah, exactly, yeah. True. Like I'm trying to think of an example of that. An example of culture specifically like fucking a character over and like shaping them into who they. Okay, there is, yes. There's this town that is, it was probably one of the first towns I came up with, and I don't remember exactly where or why I came up with the idea. Especially when I was so young, and like again, I don't. Nowadays, it's something I can see myself doing, but when I was younger, I'm trying to think like why I would have made a town that's like this, or a city that's like this. That's basically war-torn. But not war-torn as in like in a conventional like Fire Emblem-esque way. More so in like it's kind of a turf war between authority and delinquency. And there's this character that's born there, and she's sold into, I mean, through a series of events, obviously, like it didn't just happen, but like as a result of like how poor the people in that city are, and how like very defenseless a lot of them are, one of the characters was sold pretty much into child slavery, into like a fight club of sorts by very, very bad people. And that in turn makes her very cold and very harsh, very untrusting of people, and not accepting of people's help. Avatar: The Last Airbender. If you have a huge focus on your world building, you run the risk of creating the prequel trilogy in Star Wars. I disagree that the prequels had no world building. I disagree with that. There was a lot of like lore that you get to see in the prequels that they just don't focus on because it's boring. Like either it's boring or it's not like super focused on. And like it's probably a meme, but I think that the tragedy of Darth Plagueis is a good example of that lore. And that world building, because despite the fact that you don't know whether or not Palpatine's telling the truth, there's something there. There's something that's like, okay, we don't get to see this, but this happened. And it influenced another character, and like it was like a domino effect. You get to see the kind of pod races that happen on certain planets. You get to, I mean, a lot of it is told rather than shown, which is shitty. But I wouldn't say that the prequels had no world building. A bland character design fleshed out once it's decided where the character lives and what inspires their decisions. Sure. I haven't seen it, but I think that Clone Wars goes more into it, doesn't it, OJ? OJ. AJ. From what I understand, like Clone Wars goes into everything they talked about and didn't show in the prequel trilogy. Like there were the Jar Jar race. I forget what they're called. Like that was a world that we didn't really know existed, and like the way that they handle things and their culture. They're annoying, sure, but I mean they exist. They are there. The way that the Senate handles things and allows Jar Jar to be a representative and like concede power to the bad guy is pretty shitty too. But like it's part of the world. Was written for the special effects, not the world characters. He likely wrote the lore for background stuff, so it seemed more thought out. Right. Doesn't explain character motivations. That's why it's boring. Right, but I mean, that doesn't mean that it's not there. Which was the original point. And it sucks too because like there are a lot of like, especially because of the special effects, there were areas that were like I remember in Phantom Menace, like one of the only things I fucking remember about that movie is when they go to like the underwater world, which I think is what the hell is Jar Jar Binks' race? I can't remember. uh like they go to his planet or his world, whatever. And I remember thinking like, man, that place looks so cool. I wonder like what's part of it. And that really was just an aesthetic thing. It wasn't like, oh, I wonder how this world shaped Jar Jar. Which, granted, in that context, I think I start to understand you guys a little bit more in that, like, oh, once you look at the culture of a world, again, regardless of other minute aspects of it, and I think that's more just a historic aspect of things. Like, oh, why do they like a certain thing? Why do they dislike a certain thing? Does Jar Jar go against those beliefs? Does Jar Jar adhere to them? How does that shape his character, as stupid as his character is, That's why, like, man, I really would have loved it if he did turn out to be a villain. Even if it was just for the meme, I think, like, that would have been really, like, huh, that's fucking strange. Explain. Good world building has strong effect on character motivation, conflict, problem solving. Right. Yeah, Darth Binks would have been interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What a brash example of different culture. Right. I yes, but I also feel like there were other reasons to it too. Is that like um a lot of the and I think that that's why like Ewan McGregor as Kenobi was so beloved because it's like he was probably the only character, I guess technically aside from Anakin, that like you get to see how the world affects him and his decisions and like why he does what he does. Um And that mostly has to do not even like with a certain world, but just like the Jedi culture, right? And I was just like, well, I'm torn between, this person that I've grown to have a deep affection for, and my duty as like this knight. And when my friend, the person that I love really like a lot, starts to turn bad, it's just like, okay, well, now I'm not just adhering to my knighthood, but like it's not really just about responsibility, but also about doing the right thing. Before I was torn, I was wondering whether or not like my culture was the right thing or not. And now it's like, okay, like my culture is now irrelevant because of your decisions, which is still an interesting thing. I don't think that that necessarily invalidates like the council or the Jedi or whatever. I just think that that's something that affected Obi-Wan in a different way that caused him to make certain decisions that, granted, still don't, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, don't make sense. Like, why would he stay on the two sun planet? I can't remember the name of it. And like just live in hiding there. Like that seemed like a pretty bad idea. Ewan McGregor's Jesus. He's really good. Oh no, I wouldn't say it was flawless, but I do think that they did some interesting things with it. And again, I feel like I care a lot of, and you guys can probably, and I would I would agree, like, uh, tell me that that's why culture matters, because it affects like character development and stuff. And yes, absolutely, there is a culture of or there's like this separate world from the one that we normally see, and theirs is like the only other, like, well, it is still like a branch of the same religion, quote unquote, but it's like a very extreme different version of it, and it affects some of the main characters a lot because they have more of a regal status in that culture. um and that's where, like, if we're talking strictly character development and how the culture affects that, that's where like I care the most about it. um we're talking yes, that is correct. Are there gonna be flat earthers in Soulstar? I'm trying to think if there are, like, there's one. There's one sort of like flat earthy kind of guy, but think of it this way. it it's almost like the reverse flat earth theory, right? Where it's just like, imagine if the earth was flat and then there's this guy trying to convince everyone that the earth is round. Like, he's the outlier. And it's not because, but you have to bear in mind the earth is flat in this scenario. So he's kind of like he's like the naysayer. He's like no, that's bullshit. That's stupid. When like visibly everyone else can see, like, no, this is like a real thing, dude. It's like, no, it makes no, like, just fucking think about it. It makes no sense. Like, so far there's only one character I can think of that fits that description. But maybe I should make like more characters who sort of, I can imagine that there are more characters that sort of fit that description. Because there are like a lot of other characters that are like, huh, maybe the Earth is round, like that are like round Earthers, but they're more open to it. They're just like, oh shit, maybe the Earth is round. That's interesting. You love the subject, hell yeah. What crazy conspiracy theories do I think Soulstar can have? I'm sure there's one of them. Conspiracies. There was one that I originally wanted to write into the story that I was convinced was like too batshit crazy, which I'm like, okay, yeah, fair. And it had to do with like corporations and their influence on like world events and stuff. Just because like I think that that's a very scary concept. But I'm trying to think of like I guess like the main plot point is sort of the conspiracy. But it's a conspiracy that like only a select few characters are thinking about. I'm trying to think historically about like yeah, okay, historically, not like in the main story, but like something that influenced the events of the main story. There is like a conspiracy going on that affects the outcome of a war. But not many people would know about it. Especially not in present day. For Guardian is the Earth Kingdom. Interesting. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Exists purely for action. General Kenobi. There's a whole cult of senseless, stupid dreamers that at some point... Wait, what are we talking about, Simon? A whole cult of senseless, stupid dreamers that at some point hinder help the protags. Are we still talking about like the flat Earth like analogy? Is that what we're talking about? Dummy supports that aren't ever used outside of maybe testing and just kept in to throw people off. I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like every soul support that we're going to include, not that they're because to say that it's meant to throw people off. Ratchet fan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. To say that it's meant to throw people off, I would say no. Because it's what the characters believe. So it's like even they're unaware, right? In fact, the big conspiracy is something that literally nobody on Thera is aware of. So it's like if they're thrown off to an extent, we're thrown off. Or rather, strike that, reverse it. If we're thrown off to an extent, they're thrown off. I'm very much real life. You're gonna 2008 Clone Wars. Is that like a separate series or is that a separate season? The Dreamer thing was still about Flat Earth. If anything, I would say no. Because again, like the crux is that like Flat Earth is real in this scenario. So it's like the dreamers are the ones that are sort of in the wrong. They just don't know that they are. But granted, you know, like the flat Earth theorem still seems like, oh, that's ridiculous. Like that's not a thing. I would say that in present day. Oh, well, actually, you know what? I might be able to actually reveal what the connect or like the analogy that we're talking about is, because I don't think that that's spoilers. Yeah, I don't think it's spoilers. How am I going to ingrain ideas of regal character you mentioned? Are they just going to be on a throne? Are they just greedy and have a money pile behind them? Or are they paranoid and hide it? How will they hide? How will they live? What? How will where they live tell civilians that this is the king's home? I am above you all. What's he gonna eat? How do we know they aren't just eating civilian pig slop? What if they are a rare animal meat? Is the animal indigenous? I don't know, and that doesn't matter to the overall. If they hit, oh, he's just regal, it feels hollow. I disagree, because I don't know. There really are, because you're asking me, okay, what do they eat? Where does it come from? To me, it's just like, that's so. I don't care what the fuck the king is eating. Like, because I mean, I don't question why Queen Elizabeth is the queen. You know, historically, of course, there's a reason. There is something that she eats that's different than us, but I don't think about it in terms of like, and I know that that's real world. That's not like story. But if I were to equate it to something, I think like the Earth Kingdom in Avatar. What the hell is his name? The figurehead in the Earth Kingdom. There was so little about, like, there was so little that I questioned about it, because the idea of him being a figurehead who had power but was still being under control by, like, a shadow government, that was interesting enough for me that I didn't question, like, oh, well, you know, where does this guy live? What does he do all day? Like, I didn't think about it. Like, if you're thinking about, like, oh, why are they king or queen? It's just like, yeah, well, historically there is a reason for it, but it's just like mundane. Oh, I was born into the throne after King whomever, right? Because there's a ruler, but at the same time, like, those kings and queens do things. They're not just figureheads, they're not just there. In fact, there's a storyline or a plot line later down the line where this kingdom is in disarray. This kingdom that we see sort of, oh, that's kind of spoilers. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this in a way that's like the least spoilerish possible. There's this kingdom that hasn't had a leader in a while. And they're trying to figure out, like, okay, well, what's the best course of action here? Enforce the previous monarch's will, or because the previous monarch's will was fucking stupid and we don't want to do it? Or do we follow his example and just trust what he wanted us to do? And because they can't come to that decision, everything's fucked. And you could say, oh, well, of course they would just follow the previous monarch's will, wouldn't they? It's like, okay, but who's there to enforce it now that they're gone? Hello, Roman. Show to ask those questions, you realize it's so much more thought out than I realized. You do not want to see me nerd out about Avatar world building. There's a lot to the Avatar world that I mean, I guess is well thought out. I am still of the opinion that I think that it's a little overrated. Like, there are people who I see that are apologetics of like Azula, and I'm just like, really? I don't know. I'm just saying that there are things that I'm like, I disagree with a lot of like things, or because I feel like that happens in a lot of different fandoms where they're just like, and I'm if this project takes off, I'm sure there are going to be a lot of people who are like, oh my god, I love this character. I'm like, why? They're so they were designed to be like a one-note, like, who gives a shit character. That's not entirely true, but what I mean is, like, there are characters who are so, like, what they do in the overall story is so not as interesting as in other characters that when they're selected as someone's favorite character, I'm sort of in disbelief just because, like, well, I mean, you do you, but I kind of don't get it. Fanboy, but because of the sheer amount of thought that goes into the way. I'm not saying that I don't like The Last Airbender. I do. There's a lot about it that I do like. I just think that there are people who like it a little too much for what it is. I really feel that a lot of it could have been paced a lot better, but at the same time, I acknowledge that there are probably a lot of real-world reasons for it. Like, I've had conversations with myself as to, like, the whole thing, and it's just, like, I always land on, yeah, at the end of the day, I really do like how it was handled. There are just a lot of other things that I'm like, man, this just felt, from a story perspective, this felt weird. Rick and Morty is a very intellectual show. You need to have a 200 IQ to understand the jokes. Who was designed to be hated and became a fan favorite. That happens, man. Like, that happens. %, damn. What? It died. What? Hello, Ultima. If it's bad that you like the characters that I do, or you're remotely sorry for them. I mean, a lot of people have their reasons. You know? I think a lot of it, too, is perspective. Even when, like, some things are sort of, spelled out for you, I guess. And there's nothing wrong with liking a character that's meant to be, like, a bad guy or something, right? So long as, like, you have good reasons for it. Like, if it's a good villain, then yeah, absolutely. What? That's a strange phone. Yeah, villains are great. And honestly, like, going back to the... I mean, I don't know if Kyle's gonna hate me for this, but going back to The Last Airbender, I can't really think if there was a villain that I could say that, like, I really enjoyed in that. And I'm not, like, trying to start anything. I'm, like, genuinely trying to think, like, man, Azula? Azula was, like... She was someone that you definitely loved to hate, but I don't... She was also 14. So it's like... You think about the motivations and how she just, like, wanted... At the end of the day, you know, they do make it clear at the end that's like, oh, she just wanted love, right? But then they show flashbacks where she's, like, a lot younger and she just seemed to be a brat for the sake of being a brat. Like, she was really mean to Zuko, and then she had the gall to be like, oh, why didn't my mom love me? It's like, because you were I mean, even as a kid, you were kind of a bitch. And I'm not saying, like, her mom even says at the end, like, through her thoughts, and granted, those are her thoughts. It was, like, she was just someone that I'm like, man, I really want to see her ass get beat, but, like, just because she was a bitch, not really because, like, I thought of her as unnecessarily... She was strong. Because the thing was, like, they had a really good villain in terms of what the fuck does age matter? Well, because the thing, you think about motivation, right? And it's just like, okay, in the grand scheme of things, what was her motivation? Become Fire Lord? Okay, well, she got that, and then she was pissed off when Ozai was like, well, I'm Phoenix Lord now. She's like, okay, well, I don't get anything I want. It's like, okay. She just goes nuts at the end. For why that emotional episode with Azula works, it's just abstract. I disagree. I think a lot of it is just being a petty little kid. Right, no, I mean, absolutely. It was a meaningless title, but at the same time, it's just like, okay, well, then what was your goal? And the thing was, if they had aged her up a little bit, I would sort of understand it a little bit more, but the fact that she is so young, because I mean, and I get it, because Katara and like the rest of the cast are pretty young too, but their motivations and like their stories are I think done a lot better too. That's why like Katara is one of my favorite, if not my favorite character, just because like her sort of outbursts and her like dark motivations made sense. Whereas, you know, Azula just sort of came across to me as like, okay, well, you're just not really, you don't really seem right in the head. Ozai was a shit dad, period. Yes! Agreed. And I wish that, like, Ozai had been a little bit more focused on, because, like, to me, a lot of it did feel like, okay, I hate him for two reasons. One, because he's the bad guy, and two, because he was a shit dad to Zuko. And it's tough. Like, I'm conflicted when it comes to the villains in there. But now there's a super president and a title, and being president is meaningless. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not confused about the motivation. I'm just, like, but what was she expecting would happen with, like, what? Oh, was Ozai just gonna retire after the comet came around? Like, what did she think was gonna happen? I mean, I'm not. There's no possible way she could have known what Ozai was gonna do, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, he went through all this shit, and you think that he did that for you? It's not like you didn't know your dad. I mean, that's fine, Kyle, but I think you just have to be aware that I know that you care a lot more about the show than I do. And granted, I've only seen it once. Wanting revenge as badly as she did in the episode, and it came off as very sudden. And it's fun. It's funny you bring up that episode, because I feel like that episode is a perfect example of why I like Katara. Because you're right, she never did show herself as, at least I don't think she ever did. She never showed herself as like too vengeful or like thirsty for revenge. But like the thing is, you also don't really have a reason to, because there's nothing that's triggering enough to bring you to that point. But when you like, if you find your mother's killer, of course you're gonna get like all emotional and emotionally charged. And it was the fact that like she had that like darkness in her, that she had that like, I am more than willing to kill this person. And that they show like that sort of complex aspect to her, because throughout the whole show she seems like a very reserved, very conscientious person. Like, she's calm, she knows what she's doing, and then like that's the moment where she snaps. It seems a little out of character, but then you think about it, it's like, okay, but she's also very caring and loving, and that was an event that sort of triggered that, you know, motion of events. And what I love too about it is that they show Sokka, and Sokka's like not phased by it at all. Like he even says like she was my mom too, and like I certainly don't feel what you're feeling right now. And like ultimately like the decision that she comes to due in part thanks to Zuko, shows the kind of person that she can be. He saw Katara as her mother. Right. Yes, we were talking about Avatar. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Hydrate, you got it, Zenson. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. The bloodbending episode. That's true. Yeah, that's another really good one. Like, I feel like there are a lot of episodes that you could bring up and I'd be like, what episode? I don't remember. But then there are others that I'm like, oh yeah, dude, that episode slaps. That episode fucks. You haven't ever watched Avatar? I mean, don't feel bad. There's always time to watch Avatar. It's on Netflix right now? Yeah, that sounds right. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's where I watched it, because it was on Mexican Netflix before American Netflix, which is one of the only times I've ever thought that Mexican Netflix was better than American Netflix. Because when they announced that it was coming to Netflix, I was like, what? But I literally just watched it there like a couple months ago. And then I remember like, oh yeah, we don't have the same licenses or whatever. I gave you a cursed joke? Oh boy. You didn't try retaining anything that wasn't a spectacle event? I disagree. There's a lot of intricacies that I do enjoy about the show, especially when it comes to Iroh. I think that the fact that he, despite not bending all, and again, spoilers for Avatar if you haven't seen it, and hopefully, like, if you choose to say that, you'll forget these by the time you watch the show, if you choose to watch the show. But the fact that, like, Iroh shows that he's knowledgeable about all the elements, because I think he might show someone else it, but I'm pretty sure they show Zuko, like, an example of, like, all of the elements, that he's like, okay, this is, like, something that airbenders do, this is, but, like, they don't make it a big deal. It's just like, oh, this is a technique that earthbenders do, like, be calm, and, like, I'm trying to remember exactly what it is, but, like, he teaches Zuko thunderbending and how to deflect it, because, like, he doesn't teach it to him for purposes of destruction, he teaches him it for the sake of defense. I know that there's an example for each one. And I think the way he does that is through, like, water bending techniques, which, while not a waterbender, like, he still is knowledgeable enough about that. All the bending. He showed how to create lightning by using water bending stanzas. That's what I just said! Well, I said techniques, but you know what I meant. Like, of course, I even let in with he's only a firebender. Why are you wanting to be mad at me, Kyle? Phoenix, that's what I said too. Like, the message is over your head slightly. I literally just explained what the message was. Is that he's not using it for the sake of attacking. It's for, I mean, obviously, like, I'm using, like, the verbatim thing, and he, like, oh, what he meant was that the curtains represent his inner sadness. Like, no, I'm not talking about that. If I explain Kemudi's character, do I really understand it? I didn't say you would! A few important words we're saying. Maybe I am. That's what I said. A family outing. Okay, but does that mean I'm not allowed to like Iroh? I think is another important question to ask. If I don't understand a character well enough, am I as a person not allowed to like that character? Okay, so then what does it matter if I got the understanding wrong? Because I'm not liking them for the right reasons, which, I mean, to be fair, I guess was kind of the original point with, like, Azula. Right, so you can appreciate them more. But I do appreciate the character. And if you're talking about, like, oh, the reason I don't appreciate Azula is because I don't understand her motivations, it's just like, again, I feel like I kind of did when I watched the show. Hence why I brought up, like, the apologists. Oh, well, obviously he's not just like, I'm going to show you how to do the thing. It's like, yes, Iroh was full of, like, the important thing is this. You know, like, don't... Obviously, I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember the whole show to a T. Ha, T. But he was a very calm person, you know? That was part of why he was, like, banned from... Or why he was exiled, was because, you know, he used to be a great general or, like, member of the military. I don't exactly remember what his rank was. But he was a pacifist. And people were like, oh, you're a coward. Like, we don't want someone who's a coward in our ranks. And he's just like, okay. I didn't want to be a part of whatever this is anyway. He was just a chill dude that had, like, a lot of good advice. There was some stuff that you didn't pick up over when... Oh, right, that's right. It was because his son died, that's true. That's why Leaves on the Vine fucking gets you. I remember when I first heard Leaves from the Vine. And, like, I knew it was supposed to be sad. But obviously because you, like, don't know the context of, like, of the song, you don't really feel much for it. And that's why it's one of my favorite... Like, it's a fan favorite, but it definitely is, like, one of my favorite episodes, too. And I think another reason for it, too, was because, like, it did show, like, just... I can't remember was there a Sokka thing? No, it was Katara, Toph, Aang, Zuko, and Iroh. Was that the Tales of Ba Sing Se? Because I can't remember if Sokka does something in that episode. I didn't care much for the Aang portion of it, but aside from the Tale of Iroh, I remember I really liked the Katara and Toph one. Only he understands how to do it because he is the only character in the show, aside from Aang, that is multicultural. He is the only person that seeks to study societies outside his own to create new approaches to his own culture, stagnating knowledge. Right. I wouldn't say that's a gross summary. I'd say that that's pretty accurate. I'm not saying that there isn't more to it, but, like, I'd say that that describes it pretty well. Very well. Yeah, he knew he was dying from cancer, yeah. And that was the reason that I'd heard, right? Like that was the reason why I knew like that was sad. And I'm like, oh well, yeah, obviously that's sad. But when you know the context of like, oh, that's his son in the photo, that's like, oh fuck, dude. Oh, that sucks. And especially because like the entire episode or like that entire segment, it just shows what a good person he is. Like and how kind he is, how helping he is. So then they punch you at the end with like, and this shitty thing happened to him. Like, don't you forget that this shitty thing happened to him. It's just like, oh, that sucks, dude. You really had to remind me of that. And not only that, but like it was his son's birthday, I think, too, right? So it's like that just adds to the why? Wasn't even always the good person. Yeah, yeah. But it's only like because they talk about him as like, oh, you killed like so many people, and like they talk about him as this legendary dude, and you can't imagine it. You're just like, man, he's always been like the really nice, wise uncle that we've always seen. We don't know him as anything else. But given the context clues by the dialogue, you because I don't do they ever show like in a flashback or something like him killing anyone? I can't remember. And that's like a very rare instance where like saying rather than showing is very effective because it goes like every person's constant testimony betrays what you've seen of him, you know? They had a flashback of him as a general. Okay. He was only writing a note. Oh, okay. Right. I can't even remember what he was writing now that you mention it. Because like I think a lot of storytellers would say like show don't tell, but I think again going back to the Ira thing, like that was an instance where I feel like the opposite was true. The say don't show. I mean, tell don't show. Um, I think was very effective because like it challenges the way that you view a certain character, but challenging in the way that like you don't want to believe it despite the fact that you know it must be true because everyone's saying it. And like there are witnesses to it too, and it's just like I can't see you as that person, but I mean that must be the truth. Everyone agrees that that's what happened, and like why would they lie about it? They're being kind of an asshole to you right now. Are you going to see why the show as a whole is so thought out? Because I saw it once, Kyle, and I can't. I, I'm allowed to like something that I saw once. I can still appreciate that something that I like for my reasons. Because those reasons are still like accurate to what happens in the show. Well, that's how Kyle's making me feel, damn it. I don't know what his shoes look like. What I'm trying to say is that you claim it's overrated. I do. You cannot agree. That's fine. You don't have to. There are a lot of people who wouldn't be able to. I know I saw a screenshot of Bentley. That's it? That's all his feet are? Okay, well, that's rather anticlimactic. Right. By rejecting something popular. I don't. That's why I gave it a shot. And that's the thing, right? Because I don't reject it. There are a lot of other things, and again, there are things that I feel like are just my opinion that I know are not necessarily true, and that's why I was saying, like, there are things about the show that I don't like how they handled it, but at the same time, like, I fight myself with it because I knew that Avatar was very, very popular, and I think that when I played Undertale, like, that was the beginning of me, like, accepting things that are popular and seeing why they're popular of my own accord instead of just hearing about it. And Avatar was definitely one of those or rather, The Last Airbender was definitely one of those things, because I'd heard so much about it. And I remember, as a kid, I really wanted to watch the show, but, like, I think only season 1 was out, and I would always, always, always just catch the first episode. I would never see any other episode but the fucking first episode when it was on TV. This was, like, before I started using the internet, any of that. So, like, that was the only way I could watch it, and I always just caught the first episode. So going back to it, I'm just like, okay, I do like it. I probably don't like it as much as most people do. For my own reasons. What the hell is this supposed to be? Oh, that's his other leg, I think. God damn it. Why does that look weird? Too close to his body, probably. Like, one of the things, and this is just an example, and it's something that I know that probably most people disagree with me on. And I know why. In universe, I know why they did it. Was the fact that the gang spends so little time together. Like, I honestly thought that they spent more time with Zuko than they did. And then it's just like, oh, okay, he was really only there for, like, a season, and they're, like, best friends at the end now? And granted, there's a lot of it that we don't see, you know, and to counteract that, I really do like how they explicitly say that Aang doesn't have a lot of time to learn the other elements. Like, he doesn't have time, and at the end of it, he doesn't master them. And I really like that. I like that they commit to, like, him being an incomplete, so to speak, avatar that learns, you know, a lot about, like, life's, I'm trying to remember what happens in that episode with, like, I can't even really remember what the plot point there is, but it's near the end where, like, he's trying to come back from, like, the spirit world. And, like, he sees all these things and learns from all these different spirits. Why people... I can't agree that you are an authority. I never said I was an authority. I just... that's why I preface it by saying that's my opinion and that's what I think. I'm not saying it is overrated. I'm not fucking Anton Ego and I'm like, if I say that the food is bad, the food is bad. No! I never said that. I purely think that it is. In much the same way that I think Spider-Verse is a little overrated. And Namigo. No, and see, that's the thing. I do like it, and I understand why it's so beloved, but there are aspects of it that I'm like, I think that people don't talk about this enough, you know? Well, that's the thing, dude. You kind of have to think about that differently, because you can't see everyone as authoritative when they say that something is overrated, because that's what's true to them, and that's not what's true to everybody. You clearly don't think it's overrated, and that's fine. I'm not gonna fight you and be like, it is, Kyle, because I say it is, you know? And, like, I understand that that's not how you see it. I understand, because you said specifically that you weren't saying that I'm authoritative, but like, you can't see everyone who says shit like that as authoritative. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that's going to happen is you're going to get mad for no reason. And I'm not saying that you can't absolutely love what the Avatar writers did, right? And that's probably why you don't like Korra that much. And that's the thing. Like, I kind of want to see Korra and be like, no, man, I really liked Korra, you know? And not because, like, I want to go against what people think, but precisely because I want to go into things and form my own opinion about it. That's why, like, even with myself, I'm like, man, I don't like how they did this, but man, that really doesn't matter because they did this other thing that just, it fucks. It's so good, you know? Like the Ba Sing Se thing, I'd heard about, like, oh, there's no war in Ba Sing Se, but I didn't get the context behind it. When I finally saw it, I'm like, oh my fuck, that's creepy. I hate that in the sense that I love that I hate that, you know? Like, I love that it's creepy, and I love that, like, they have these people under such control and duress that they are not allowed to talk about, like, the inner circles or, like, what's happening in the underground world of this place. Like, I love that. One of my other favorite episodes is, I can't remember. I'm really bad with episode names, but I think it's during book 1 where they go to the warrior village where Suki's from, and they, like, it's the first episode with Suki in it. And it's one of my, and it's funny because it's such an older episode in terms of media. It's like from 2005, 2004, whenever Avatar came out. But they have such a strong feminist message without force feeding it to you, and I love it for it. It's not that good, that people are wrong for liking it. I don't think that it's saying that people are wrong for liking it. I think, if anything, it's saying that I think people like it a little too much. But that's not saying that, like, I don't think that people shouldn't like it or that people are wrong for it. Doesn't imply that it's just an opinion, that it's a fact. Well, I apologize if that's how it comes off. That's not how I meant to come off. You know, I was merely saying that, like, there are aspects of the show that I'm like, I don't think that it's fair to ignore these flaws with it. And I think that that's true for anything. You know, I'm not saying that everything should be looked at critically. There are some, like, shows and movies that, like, are merely fluff and should be treated as such, and that they shouldn't be, like, lambasted for being fluff. Like a good popcorn flick. Like, for example, the B movie, right? I've heard people say that, like, oh, well, the B movie's bad. It's just like, I don't know. Because, like, its intent was never to be, like, a fucking marvel of cinema. Like, if we're talking about it, taking it, like, as seriously as possible as a film, then yeah, it's not a good movie at all. But for what it is, like a comedy that, like, has sort of an environmentalist message, I think it's actually fairly competent. Because I don't remember if it was with you guys or if it was someone else that, like, I saw this sort of argument. It's like, you can't possibly think the B movie is good. It's like, it kind of is. Like, it's not, like, the funniest movie. It's not the best designed movie in terms of its characters. It's not, like, the most meaningful movie, but it's got its charm. Like, what it does pretty well. Like, a lot better than you would expect it to, and I think that, like, that's why it, you know. No, you're fine, Kyle. You're just very passionate, and it's good to be passionate about stuff like that. Life would be meaningless if we didn't get, like, heated about stuff like this. Especially, like, that's what makes art so important, you know. And I'm glad that we're able to have, like, this sort of, you know, conversation that doesn't end with us hating each other. that's healthy, you know? I love DBD. Thank you for the follow. Sorry I didn't call that out earlier. I was in the middle of a sentence. I think that's why I didn't say anything. What was my point with the B movie? The fuck was my point with that? I think a lot of the charm comes from meme culture. Yes, but I think that even on its own, because I remember, like, I'd never, growing up, I'd never watched the whole thing. And then I did as an adult, just to see, like, okay, well, what's actually going on here? And then I watched it, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, all this is fucking super stupid. But it's such a weird, like, I guess it is charming, but charming wouldn't be like the first word I go to when I think about it. Because it is weird. It's fucking a weird movie. But what was my original point with that? B-movie, the game, not so much. You don't think it's intentionally charming. You think it's just something that aged bad, but the internet humor dictates that bad is funny. Maybe. Because again, like, yeah, I feel like if I had watched it as a kid, I would have been like, oh, this is, like, not engaging. This is not, like, interesting. Great. Well, that crashed, and I don't have any clue as to why it might have crashed. Fun. Bee Simulator looks pretty interesting. Is that a thing? You were astonished at how bad it was? Interesting. Is this where I was in the drawing? Yeah, it is. Fuck it. This is where I was, sure. Oh, I think I was talking about, like, the feminist message in the first Suki episode. How did that derail into the fucking Boo movie? How did that happen? Because, like, they show that all these warriors are, like, badasses, right? And part of me was like, oh, let me guess, Sokka's gonna be, like, the sexist idiot who's like, oh, well, I mean, I'm better than women. And yeah, they do that at the beginning, but then they show that, like, he's willing to learn from them. Like, that's really cool. I really enjoy that that's part of his character, that he's not just someone who's stuck in his own ways and, like, is like, well, I mean, that's just one time. Like, I could beat a girl any day. Like, no, he humbles the fuck up and he's like, you know what? I was wrong. Could you teach me? But that's not, like, why I love that episode. That's, like, just part of the cake. It's the frosting on the fucking delicious cake that is that episode. Because what does he call her? Like, a girl warrior? Yeah, I think so. Like, oh, you're a girl warrior or something. And then, like, the first time she kicks his ass, she's like, I may be a girl warrior, but I'm still a warrior. And it's like, yeah, that's a badass quote. And then at the end, where, like, they're sort of hanging out more, they're sort of chilling more, she says, like, I may be a girl warrior, but I'm still a girl. And I love that line, right? Because it's like, a lot of times when it comes to, and I mean, I'm just a stupid dude, right? like it's not my place to talk about female representation, but a lot of times when that happens in media, you know, it has to be like, oh, well, girls are badass, right? End of story. And in a way, yeah, end of story. But at the same time, it's like they can still like boys. They can still enjoy doing girly things, and that makes them no less a woman, you know? And I think that was just a brilliant message that episode had. And what I love about it is that it's not one-sided, you know? Like, it shows that things are not black and white. Things are like, okay, she is both, and she can be both. And she is better because she is both. Good night, Sensen. Thanks for dropping by. When do you get to show y'all the great library of shitty movies? Damn, it's a D movie. Got him. The Qatar episode. No. Oh, well, that was a good one too. Where like the the old dude from the South tribe is like, I don't teach girls. And then he's just like, oh, you don't, do you? I will teach you. I will show you why you have to teach me. No, I'm talking about the Suki episode. The very first episode that Suki's in. I can't remember the name of the place. Kyle, what's your opinion on UA? That I'm curious about. I'm curious as to how people view UA. Kyoshi Island. Oh, thank you, dude. Oh, that's it. That's it. I was like, fucking, what is it? Something Isle, something Island. I can't remember. But she shows up. Thank you. I feel exactly the same. She shows up. And yeah. Yeah, she was a character. I don't know. Exactly. That I'm glad that we can agree on, because it's like the fact that they really make like Sokka like hurt for her. I'm just like, I mean, yeah, you're from the same tribe, but you kind of knew each other for like a day. And he's like, oh, my girlfriend turned into the moon. He's like, was she your girlfriend? I thought she was like engaged to someone else, and like she wanted to maybe be with you. What the hell is this supposed to be? Okay, so like the leg would go down here. I hate when I get confused as to what some lines are. She and Suki become a driving force for Sokka, determining to respect. Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking of like other examples of moments I really, really enjoy in the show. You'll point out one really weak moment. Okay. Sokka has a habit of having girls. Yeah, well, did CharriiiLIVE fall for Sokka? I feel like she did, and that made me like irrationally like sad, because I was like, really, you could do so much. Like, I'm not to shit on Sokka, but like you could do so much better. I don't know. I really like CharriiiLIVE, but I feel like the reason I like CharriiiLIVE, admittedly, is pretty superficial. And I think the reason for it is because like she's a villain who's like not actually like a bad guy, but she just hangs out with the bad guys. When in reality, she's just like a super sweet person. Yeah, he maxed charisma. That's right. He rolled a 20 on charisma every time. Ty Lee's ending. She talks about how she hated being born into a family of identical sisters, and she ran away to join the circus so she wouldn't have to feel. Yeah, she exactly. Yeah, dude, I forgot about that. Wow, that really sucks that I didn't notice that right away when the ending happened. Yeah, because her story is like sad too. I mean, it's not like super tragic or anything, but you do understand her character a little bit more, and she's just like, "Fucking, what are I have enough of a reason to be sad too." And like she goes off on her story, and she's like, "Oh, well, that sucks. I didn't know that about you." Because you see her, and like I said, on a very superficial level, you think of her as like, oh, she's like this cute girl that like hangs out with the bad guys, but then like she goes into her story, and you're just like, oh, well, I mean, that's not like the darkest or deepest backstory, but it still has meaning, like it's still meaningful to her as a character, and it influences who she is as a character. Um, I can't remember if they go into Mai's story or not. Oh god, I remember thinking like when Mai and Zuko first got together, it was so fucking weird to me. I think mostly because I never saw Zuko as someone who like beyond his ambition, like beyond the one. And that's not to say that I thought that Zuko was like one-dimensional or anything, but he's always seemed like a character that was like very laser focused. Like his one concern was getting his honor back to join the Fire Nation again. So like when you see him like actually be interested in Mai and like making out with her, I'm just like, what, my boy? I didn't know that you fucked. Again, not a bad thing. It just caught me off guard when it happened. I was like, oh, okay, well, good for you, Zuko. I guess too, because I sort of half expected that to be like a one-sided relationship, where he's just like, he didn't really care about Mai. She was just someone that was like super into him, and he's just like, okay, well, this is just easy. Which, I mean, would have been super shitty of him. So I'm glad that they don't end up going that route. But at first I thought that that's where they were going with that. Really was his entire character during his hunt for... Yeah, And I mean, that's an instance where it's like, I kind of get it. Where it's just like, okay, if this is what's gonna make you happy, if this is like the one thing that you need, quote unquote, in order to like prosper and actually be happy, then it's a misguided reason, but I guess I understand it. That's why like his date with that girl in the Earth Kingdom also was like such a... Was that another... Yeah, that was like part of the Tales of Ba Sing Se, right? I was so heartbroken by the end of that fucking episode. Oh god, I was just like, I just let him be happy, god damn it. Like, prove to him that he doesn't need this other thing. Like that, and that's what makes his like betrayal at the end of that whole like saga super heartbreaking, because it's just like, God, damn it, you were so close. You were so close to letting that petty shit go, and you just had to, didn't you? External approval, learning that he's the only person that... Yeah, that's true. She was only really a bad guy because she was scared of refusing. Yeah, that was like a good plot point at the end too, like with the whole Azula sort of losing it. They might have presented it earlier too. Was that like because Ty Lee's thing with like being her lackey was that she wanted to not be alone either, right? But like in a very different way than Azula. Because yeah, like they do explain that Mai is like, well, I'm just afraid of you. I'll just do whatever you say because like I'm afraid. And then like that's the cutest thing, that she's just like, no, fuck you. Like Zuko's way more... My love for Zuko is way more important than how scared I am of you. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Tales of Ba Sing Se, man, I don't know if I could say that that's my favorite episode, but maybe it is. Because I was gonna get into it, like the whole thing with Katara. It's a very similar thing as the Kyoshi Island episode, where it's like Toph is seen as this character that isn't very feminine or isn't like, doesn't occupy herself with that, and that's fine. Like you don't really think of her as like very ladylike, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, like the show doesn't even really bring it. I don't think it does anyway. I can't remember, but I don't think it really brings attention to that. Tough is tough. That's it. And then in that episode, like they venture into like her kind of caring a little bit that like, oh, am I pretty? I don't know what I look like, but I don't know if I'm pretty, and like it's a very human, but it's sort of a bizarre but also very human insecurity. Had absolute control over Ty Lee and Mai when using power and fear, but when they betray her and Mai said, I love Zuko more than I fear you, it stung her hard. If she thought she had absolute control over them, but they could still change hands, who could she trust to not betray her then? True, yeah. Yes, we are talking about Avatar, that is correct. That is true. And going a little bit back, like those are character moments or like character development stuff that I absolutely do love, like and that's I can only strive to have that sort of mindset when it comes to, and that probably goes back to what you guys were talking about, where it's like, okay, well, you have to think about the world in all these different aspects. And I think that's where I think more of history, like characters' history, and how their history relates to the pre-established culture. But granted, sometimes I feel like my writing is very bass-ackwards, where it's like a character's backstory ends up creating the culture, and that in turn like shapes up the rest of the world. It's like, oh, okay, well, maybe they're this way because their world is like this. It's like, okay. And what I meant by that, and like for context of what I'm talking about, is that like Azula's reasoning for that, like the intricacies of like, okay, well, if I can't control you, then who can I trust? How do I achieve like love and care? Like why is my brother more loved than I am if he's a failure? Like it's those little psychological aspects of a character that I'm just like, man, that I do agree is absolutely genius. Because it's very human and it's difficult to write. Doing all right, Tyler. How are you doing? Feeling a little better. I think Toph had... Yeah, she did. It was a lot less, like, obvious. Well, okay, that's not true. But, like, it wasn't as explicit, I think, is what I meant. Because, like, whenever she had the opportunity to get, like, close to Sokka, she'd be like, oh my god, yes, Sokka, I could kiss you. And then, like, it turned out not to be Sokka. She's like, oh, well, I'm embarrassed now. Just drown me. How's the knee? The knee is... It's been weird. It's hurt a little bit more this week. It is difficult to write, but they somehow manage to keep it all together without feeling stuff just happens. Right. Part of me, and again, like, I really don't mean to go back to reasons that I don't like certain characters. But that's sort of why I wish that we had like a little bit more time with Ozai. Just because I really wish he was a character I hated. Another thing that I thought was really interesting that, again, I feel like sort of had to be explained to me through, like, an analysis, and less so because I noticed it, was, and I thought it was brilliant, and I love it for it, how the Fire Nation itself wasn't bad. Because, like, once they infiltrate the Fire Nation and, like, Aang goes to school and, like, meets the kids and different people in the Fire Nation, like, you kind of come to realize, like, well, these are just, like, people, you know? Like, these are people who are indoctrinated to believe, like, we are superior and, like, we are better than everyone else. But you see that, like, the people really are just people. And again, that relates back to the culture and the motivations of, like, Fire Nation, like, army members. So, like, yeah, they're part of this army because they're taught that, like, hey, we are superior and everyone else sucks. And we should be ruling the world, not anybody else. He planned to have killed by his own attack with the comet, how he was asked to kill his son and without hesitation. I wish there was something... You're right. I should hate him for all that. Those are very good reasons to hate a character. And it's sort of hard to explain why I wish that there had been a little bit more focus on him in terms of, like, why, right? Because, again, you don't need a reason to be a batshit crazy dickhead who just wants power for the sake of power. And that's why I'm so conflicted sometimes on certain things. Because in certain cases, I feel like, oh, it works here, and I don't know why it works here. It just does. And for Ozai, it's just like, yeah, he was a douche to everyone. But there are certain characters where I'm just like, because, like, Azula, right? As much as I say that, like, I don't consider Azula a necessarily, like, very strong villain. I did want to see her ass get beat so hard. So that final battle with her, I was just like, fuck yeah, here we go. But I don't know. I guess the whole, like, oh, he's my dad thing is something that, like, I'd seen before. I don't know. I honestly don't think I could justify why, like, I don't feel particularly strongly for Ozai. He doesn't just want power, he does every possible action to eliminate what gets in his way of his conquest for power. True. Yeah, that's something, you bring up a good point, Pippin, and I really don't like power for the sake of power, because my whole idea is, like, okay, you attain that power, and then what? You know, like, what is your motivation after the fact? Does power make you happy in the end? If so, what other aspirations do you have after that? Because there are a lot of times where, like, we see a villain, like, succeed, but their reign is short-lived, so you're just like, okay, well, what was we don't really get to see what it's like after the fact. Like, once your one goal has been fulfilled, you know, like, where do we go from there? That's why, like, destroying the world plots are some of my least favorite, too. Especially if the person destroying the world lives on that world. Because power, I can still understand. It's like, okay, well, you get to do whatever you want. That's, like, an indefinite happiness, I guess. That's indefinite pleasure, but, like, destruction of a world is so hollow, I guess. Like, at least have... Oh, I want to destroy the world so that I can, like, have the power, or, you know, like, eat the world. Something like that. Like, does he enjoy golfing on weekend? Yeah. Heroes save the world. Well, why? Why should I care about the world? All these people say nothing of interest. They have no ambitions, nothing they wish to accomplish. If they all died... That's why saving an individual is more powerful than saving the world. Right, yeah, I can see that. It's not about the world itself, it's about the people who live on it. I can see that, yeah. It's funny, I think that's why Uh, and I think you just explained to me why I like certain climaxes so much. Like going back to the Paper Mario one, when we did Book of Mario, because all the text was translated and we were more like focused on actually beating the game, I kind of forgot that like everyone sort of bands together and is like saying very encouraging words to Mario by the end of it. And when that happened, when I was recording, I was like, oh man, this isn't enough to make me cry, but I definitely like feel emotional about this moment. Because the reason for it is because like they show you all the characters that you met throughout the journey. So like it or not, you're having that emotional connection and being like, oh fuck yeah, I met all these people and like I'm doing this for them, you know. And it's funny, one thing I sort of learned from my replay of that game is that like I feel like the partner characters were less interesting than I remember them as a kid. All the other nations so that only the one left is the Fire Nation. And I guess like my sort of not rebuttal, but like my question to that is like why, right? Like what value does he see in the Fire Nation being the only existing one? And I think the reason I ask that is like as a human being, right? Like it's sort of the Nazi story where it's just like, okay, let's say that you got rid of all the Jews and all the like not white people. What then? You know, like okay, now you can just live your life happily. Like what's your goal after that? Because like honestly, that was the only thing I could, and maybe that's what they were going for in a not like as intense way, but that is what I kept thinking when like they went to the Fire Nation and they like saw how they were being doctrinated. You know, it's like, oh, the Fire Nation is the best place in the world, you know, and all I could think of was like that's very reminiscent of Nazi teachings, you know, like we're the best and don't question why we're the best. We are, you know. I can understand a character's drive for wanting to destroy the world. Finally, I can enjoy my summer vacation without some dumbass ruining it for me. What a motivation, dude. Yeah, villain motivations are definitely some of the more interesting ones for me to write. And I think the reason for it is because when it comes to the hero's motivations, they can vary for sure. Ozai isn't from a background that isn't taught the importance of diversity or peoples and knowledge. He comes from a sanitized environment, believing that it's all that's needed, and his search for power isn't just power, it's to be the most beloved and endeared leader of the world. Interesting, okay. That makes sense. Because they do show, like, his father, too. And that, like, his father was also, like, a hard ass. But I think Daisy also, like, hit the nail on the head. Or, like not to a T, mind you. Like, it's not like, oh, what does he do on the weekends? Like, it's not so much that, but, like, I do like knowing about a character's personality in a bit more of an explicit way. Beyond just, I mean, there are certain things that I do like being a bit more explicit than implicit. I love implicity. I do love like when things are implied rather than explained, but there are certain times where I'm just like, okay, I feel like this could be a little bit more like I'm mad because of this, you know? I can, and I'll either do it or I'll die trying. And hey, I have the power to do it, so I might as well try. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back street? Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. Hey now, you're an all-star. All that glitters is gold. Baba Booey. That's right. I don't know what that means. I think I knew, but I don't remember. I remember no longer. Oh, but I guess to go back to what I was talking about, there's a character who is very proficient in the ways of science. And because there have not really been soul warriors for a really long time, people don't know that there are any anymore. And so he just doesn't believe in any like soul energy or like any of the things that entails. You know, he's like, no, that's all bullshit. When you die, nothing happens. Like you don't reincorporate into like the sky and become like a shiny dot in the sky. That's not real. And it takes him a while. Like even when he sees that it's true, he's still like, nope, I don't know. Like that there's got to be a scientific reasoning for that. I don't. It doesn't make sense. I can't accept it if it doesn't make sense. None of that background I gave you about Ozai is explicitly explained. It's knowledge only available to those who ask the bigger questions about a character's motivations. How much of what you just said at all came across on a casual viewing like yours? To some extent, it sort of did, because, I mean, I was under the impression that the sort of, like, cleanliness of, or like, the... How did you phrase it? The sanitized environment, I sort of thought that came from Ozai. I don't think that it ever was really shown that like that's the sort of environment that he grew up in. At least not that I can remember. But for example, like when you ask those bigger questions, it's like, okay, how are those questions answered, you know? Is it really just answered upon like closer inspection, or is it like an outside source like Word of God, you know? Because I'm assuming that it is like they do sort of talk about it in certain scenes. Because there's a lot that like happens in the comics, I think too. And I know that I'm fairly certain that's not what you're talking about. People died when they were killed, that's all. Yeah, that did hurt, Tyler. I agree. Its impact is felt. Yeah. There's a quote that I have on Calmoody's page in the Bible. That's like, how does that quote go? The echoes of lives past. What the hell? Let me look up what the quote is, because I really liked it, and I thought that it was very relevant. And I think it's sort of related to what you're saying. Calmoody Chandra, where are you? There you are. There are many echoes of lifetimes expired that still reverberate today. And I really like that quote because, like, of its meaning. You know, like, the world didn't just start when you did. You know, like there are, and I mean that goes back to what we've been talking about, like culture or like history. The world didn't just happen to, it didn't come into existence the moment you did. You know, like other people died to be where you are today, or like other people died because you were born today. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. The protagonist refuses what he's ultimately going to do cliche? What do you mean? So it's like in this case, like Ozai is a very similar thing, where it's just like he is not. When you look at the context of the rest of like the Fire Nation story or the lore, culture, what have you, again, I sort of thought that he was where that sort of started, or like that maybe it started with his grandfather, not his grandfather, his own father, and like the way that he sort of taught him, like, hey, we must be clean, Ozai. You know, but it's like if he grew up in that environment, then like he's the result of that, and the result of many different iterations of that, of misguidance and blind hate. And again, that's what makes the fact that Iroh went out and learned more about the other nations is super fucking special. Because he went above and beyond to get out of that cycle and learn more. I honestly, I don't remember why he wanted to learn more. So that is a thing where I'm like, yeah, my my adoration for it is a little superficial, just because like I think it's so cool that, you know, despite not being anything other than a firebender, he still like learned the stances, and he learned like why they do what they do. He traveled into the spirit world. Sick. I don't think I knew that. What the fuck was this supposed to be? I don't. Was this part of the gun? God damn it, I have no idea what that is. You were explaining the Soul Star, the character refusing to believe in this. Oh, but it's not necessary. The character sort of is a protagonist, but not like a central protagonist, you know? Because the funny thing is, that character's always at odds with another one that is a huge, like, oh, I like, they themselves are not a soul warrior either, but they always did sort of, they were in tune with the ways of aura, and understanding like, oh, there's something special inside all of us. So like they're always at odds with each other. This is like, you think you know so much, but you need to understand how little you actually know. And he's like, no, it's bullshit. You just believe in a bunch of hooey. I don't know, man. You just gotta. It's about the passion. It's about the passion that you put into things. It's good to be passionate about stuff. Like, I'm passionate about this project, and it's so hard for me to not refer to certain characters by name or to not reveal certain plot points accidentally. To really have to stop myself and be like, do you want to say that? How much are you giving away by saying this? But I do like it when you guys ask questions too, because like it sort of does give me things to think about. You know, like Kyle asked earlier, like the stuff about like, well, what does the king eat? At the cost of whom? And I'm just like, I don't know that I necessarily think that that's important, but I mean, that is maybe something. Maybe I should consider things that are like that kind of. You're a better ranter than a writer. Then rant about the thing you want to write about, Kyle. Like, god damn it. Why can't people understand that what I'm trying to do is this? Actually, that's probably not a bad idea for writing. Because then you could, like, structure your rant after the fact into, like, a less ranty version of it. Am I ready to forge the Keyblade? I don't know. What? Can I ask you a thing that's related to what? Yeah, sure. How do I copy an entire Twitch chat? Got him. No, I know, but again, it's certain things that I'm just like, yes, there are things, of course, that like influence their actions that are going to matter, right? They're just in they're different details, I think, is the thing. They're details that are like not because to say that they're not as like intricate or they're not as specific, I think it goes, it's not the same thing, I think, is more so what I'm trying to say. Because of course, like, characters have favorite foods, and they might even have reasons why that's their favorite food. Hobbies, reasons why that's their favorite hobbies. And I think a lot of that is shaped up by. I think we might just be thinking of the same thing, just in different terms, because I think about it as like their past, but of course their past is shaped by their culture. So like, it's like what I was talking about with the other character that like, sold into slavery. It not like explicitly slavery, but I mean basically, you know, they were having her fight in underground battles that like, fuck, if it's not illegal, it should be, you know, because you're profiting off of these kids and they're not seeing any of that money and they're not being well taken care of, and like that. The reason that those battles exist is because of the state of things from the place that they live, and the reason that the place that they live in is in disarray, or like the reason that there is the turf war between authority and vandalism is because of, you know, external reasons relating to previous forms of government that no longer are instated. And how all that, like, that all just sort of devolves into making this character who she is. If they affect a character's actions, but that character can't just feel like doing something, there has to be a setup into why they made that action. Because I'm trying to relate that into like a more realistic sense, right? Because I feel like they can just feel, oh, well, I feel like doing this, right? But the reason that they feel like doing it is, as you say, set up previously by another action, you know? World building is just a convenient way for writers to give characters motivations and to give audiences more reasons to go. Sure, absolutely, yeah. The thing is related to how you want to write it, because heckin' you want to know so I can write it and not feel like, ooh, am I just butchering this character? I don't know if I'm the best person to ask that necessarily, because at the end of the day, I don't know your character enough to make that verdict. I feel like it's sort of like what Kyle was saying earlier, where it's just like there's probably more to that character that motivates them. So it's just like I mean, maybe still send it over, but at the same time, it's just like I don't know that I'm the best person to ask that. Oh, it's related to one of my characters. Okay. Man, all this talk of lore and writing makes me really want to revisit my Bibble. I'm kind of okay with this. I'm pretty dang all right with the way this came out, kind of. You think I would know my characters better than you would? Fair. That is a fair assessment. I like to think so too, and yet probably not. Okay, strokes. I need to fix his glove. I feel like maybe I made his hand way too small. Was there a thing you were writing, Kyle? I wasn't aware that you were, like, writing a thing. I don't think I was, anyway. Maybe you did tell me and I just forgot. But I don't think I was aware of that. Kamudi is a horse girl, right? Yes. How did you know? Absolutely 100%. Horse girl. She has 2 hind legs. I hear you ramble about stuff from the basement. Oh, dang. I should be more quiet. During a training session, Aang is blindfolded and Sokka runs up yelling, "Sneak attack!" But he doesn't just do it because it's a quirky random. It's because he comes from a broken tribe, robbed of its warriors, so he doesn't fully understand how training works. From the writer's perspective, it's a convenient way to make a silly moment, but because of that setup, it's easier to accept that it happens. I see. I need to get better soundproofing. That's true. That's a legitimate... That is a legitimate thing. Video essays are so hard, I feel like, because you... At least in my experience, I always end up going on a tangent about, like, something else that I find cool about it. It's like, can we talk about this other thing? Like, probably... I mean, kind of related to what I'm talking about, but also, like, not the main point of this video. Because there are, like, video essays I wanted to do, too. Because I love, like, reading, or, like, not reading, like, watching video essays. Because they definitely do broaden my horizons. I'm like, oh, wow, I never noticed that. That's true. Wow, I appreciate this thing a lot more. Basically what Kyle was saying earlier, which I didn't ever really mean to disagree with, and I'm sorry if I came off that way. But like little intricacies, because like yeah, I mean all the reasons that you love Avatar are the reasons I love other pieces of media too. And Avatar, yeah, man, that's what I suck at. I tangent. Yeah, man, I feel that. 2 hours of Rex screaming every night. Damn. That is what I do. On tutorials and video games. Doesn't feel like a tutorial. I don't even remember the OJ tutorial. I just remember pain. And madness. And then adapted as a game. You know, I've thought about it. I think one of the things that was sort of like the final thing for me was fights. I am no good at drawing fight scenes. And it's like, in a book form, right? Like, describing these fight scenes, I feel like would just be dreadfully boring. But then again, like, I don't think I read enough to know what, like, a good fight scene is written out. Because I thought about it, and it's just like, damn, that's so much to draw. Which, I mean, granted, I'm probably going to have to do anyway in the form of a storyboard, but... Oh, God. Loving Avatar, hating Xenoblade 2 Pizza. Damn. Oh, geez, it's already... Oh my god, where did that last hour go? Holy fuck. Oh boy, okay, well, I'm gonna try and lay down... I feel like 5 minutes ago I looked at the clock and I was like, oh, okay, I still got like half an hour left. And now I look at it and I'm like, oh shit. That was an hour and a half ago. The more deliberate actions are, the more intense fight it is. Really? I don't know. Technically, I can go forever. True. Fun. Shit. I probably already had this landing. I got rid of it. The less believable a fight is, the less tension you feel. Really? Well, yeah, maybe. I guess I can see where you're coming from. So many nooks and crannies. Ugh. Oh my god. Thank you. God damn it, I hate when there are things that I'm just like, that makes no sense. And I don't know why I would have added that. What the fuck? Oh, I hate this. Wait, let me make another layer. Oh, fuck, I hate that. Okay, now bring that fill up here. And then... Wait, what? Son of a bitch. Phoenix, does it happen to be Movie Flame? Is that who you're talking about? Because I know that they do, like, character analysis for Avatar characters, but I haven't watched those videos. I know that they do, like, a lot of Harry Potter ones, and I watched those. Those are pretty good. No? Oh. Never mind. Hello, future you. What? Wait, what were you saying, Ultima? The blue glow they have, I think it's because the black behind the green spilling out. The blue glow? There's a blue glow? I wasn't aware of this blue glow you speak of. Fortunately, I can just reuse the colors from the Sly one. The Sly 1 but the rest of them are gonna have to... I'm gonna have to pick. Or... Ooh, I know a way I can cheat this. Left side of the outlines? At the distance, you can see a subtle blue. Let me see the stream. Maybe... Subtle blue. Oh. I don't know that I see it. Oh, hello, future me. That's the name of the... I thought you were saying hello to future you, Phoenix. I was so confused. I was like... Okay. Yes, this will be on YouTube one day. Ah. Good lord, I left this really messy. Holy hell. But I couldn't see it against the pink. Or rather, when the green was against the pink. Oh no, there's a lot of... Oh no. Well, I'll be able to delete that in Photoshop, it's fine. Not delete, erase is the word I meant to use. Ah! Look at this fierce boy. Yeah. The Dragon Prince. You done it, Goku! You don't know of the fury of the Murray. Okay, let's try and lay down the work. Let's get to work. Boink, as on web. No, he's saying that he didn't know that Avatar had music in it. I'm just kidding. Do not get mad at what I just said. That art changed super quick, right? I'm just that fast. That's his hat. That's not what I meant to color in. I don't want to use... that I will change. I would rather use my own version of black. But for the blue, I will copy you. Too black, too strong, too black. Too black, too strong, too black. The different properties of coffee, it's too black. Story to make of the very first Avatar and make a series out of it. Expand on the story. See, and like music subtleties are something that I don't often notice too much myself. That's why whenever I do like notice like, oh man, this music is sick. That's, I mean, not that like my opinion is like highly important, but like that's when I really feel like a music score slaps. I'm just like, oh shit, this music is awesome. I don't normally notice music and stuff. Like if you were like, oh, what do you think of music? I'd be like, oh, it's good. It's all right. Oh, I was gonna make this his belt, I'm pretty sure. That's why. To Agni Kai, mine dudes. I can never remember the name of that other dude who Zuko does an Agni Kai with. That guy was a bastard. Don't notice how scores change. Maybe? I don't know. Huh? Did that not change the entire color? It did, but my eyes are just too used to seeing other shit. Your body starts to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the evil of the Murray. Just so that I don't forget that one, because it is a very different color. Oink, oink. And this is a separate color. It's a very intense color. Oh boy. It's your job, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. Here's your fucking blue backpack, Burry. I mean, Bedley. Don't even remember who the fuck you are anymore. Fuck. Fine, sure. Oh, Sly! Oh, man. I don't know, Ultima. That Bentley is holding Saxophone. Immediately saxophone. I can see that, yeah. I can see why you would think that's a saxophone. That is not that color. That is what I meant to color in. The fuck is... Oh, that's part of this. Huh. Huh. This would be like the dark color version of that. Then this I can make... I don't even know where this fucking came from, but sure, I'll color you in. Ugh. Sly? Oh, Blurry's on his bullshit again. Can't even do voices. Man, you know what? I might even just write some lore tonight. I feel a little inspired by tonight's conversation. That is not where I thought it was going. But it would be submissive of me to say that it did not help me get out of my little funk. Oh, fuck! That I was feeling earlier today. I mean, it's not gone. Nothing's fixed, but, like, I'm not thinking about it as much anymore. Some Sly lore. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna write for the next Sly game. No, some Soulstar lore. Oh, I'm coloring in with the wrong tool. I thought I was. Gosh dang. Diddly darn it. Diggly dang. Diggly dang didgeridoo, dude. Didgeridoo? Is that what you call someone who plays the didgeridoo in your band? The didgeridoo? Soulstar Sly crossover. Bottom line, Avatar bad. Yeah, that's the takeaway from this conversation. I don't like Avatar. It was bullshit, and I did not enjoy my time watching it. Iroh is the worst character, dude. Show's overrated. Nobody should like it. No, it's funny you say that, because I was just thinking how, like... I think that it sucks that sometimes people can get so up their own ass about stuff when it comes to art. Avatar is garbage. He's such a Gary Stew. Yeah, dude. Aang had no depth. Fucking, he should have gone into the Avatar state. Fuck Katara or whatever the fuck Curly Q's name was. In fact, that was the most relatable thing. Like, he could have had ultimate power, but no, he just wanted that pussy. God, okay, little tangent before I get into what I was gonna say. I hate saying the word pussy. It's probably one of, like, it's not a word I mind hearing people say. Like, I don't mind hearing people use it as, like, whatever, as a word, I guess. But, like, when it comes to saying it, I feel just disgusting. Top really needs to be nerfed. It feels dirty. Yeah. It's just, yeah. Like, in any context, like, for calling someone a coward, like, it's weird for me to say because I feel like it's too harsh. It's just like, oh man, like, well, I don't know. Vaginas endorse some pretty harsh things, like childbirth. Like, pussies are pretty strong. But even right now, like, even just in a casual context, I'm like, ugh. And it's weird because, like, the menstruating and, like, vagina, like, those are words that I don't mind saying, you know? But pussy just feels just gross for some reason. It sounds so demeaning and misogynistic. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. What the fuck? Okay, well, I'm gonna have to fix that too. Joey just started Avatar a week ago. Hell yeah, dude. Toph theoretically could have made Pangea. She did. She did. What did they send? What did he send? That's funny. So dumb. Would he been something? I don't know. I haven't seen the show. I thought that was top specific. I'm like, damn, he just started the show and he's already at Toph Beifong. I was trying to remember this the other day. Do they ever say what anyone else's, like, last name is? Because I think Toph is the only one that is, like, the only main character that gets a last name, isn't she? Fucking, I went to this other layer because I wanted to delete this and I erased this and I didn't do it. Isn't directly by her, so theoretically she could have been to the moon if she knew it existed. I'm sure she knows the moon exists. She just has never seen the moon. What was I gonna say earlier? That I started laughing because of it, or, like, well, chuckling to myself, I guess. Is how people can get, like, so up their own ass about art and, like, how it should be valued, you know? Which I think it's funny because I guess that kind of relates to, like, the thinking something's overrated versus not, right? But it's not like when it comes to stuff, I never really, or I try my best not to compare it to, like, something else. Like, obviously, if comparisons need to be made, because it's just like, okay, well, this came off the heels of this other thing, and here's why this other thing did it better, then yeah, right? But if, like, two things are completely unrelated, then I think it's just kind of douchey to, like, say, like, oh, well, I think especially an example, right? And I don't know if anyone's ever legitimately used this example and saying, like, oh, well, this story, like, it's no Shakespeare. I don't know if anyone's ever legitimately used that comparison, but I think that's probably one of the worst comparisons you could ever do to something, because as far as I understand it, and I'm not, like, super well studied in Shakespeare's texts, but apparently a lot of it was just, like, shit posting. Like, not literally, but a lot of it was just, like, at the time people thought it was super cringy and, like, nobody, from what I understand, I could be very misinformed about that. But, like, apparently a lot of people didn't really like Shakespeare's writing. They thought it was very amateur and very, like, just dumb. And it wasn't until like years later that people were like, oh man, this is like pretty. It's just how I personally like to go about the meme. Sure. You have... What? What did you say? She hasn't seen anything. Exactly. You have Toph, Beifong, and maybe Long Fang. Is that it? Really? No one else has any last name? That are easy to enjoy but offer a lot for paying attention. Sure. Any hydrates? We had one. We had one hydrate from Zenson earlier. A lot of cool set pieces for casual play, but man, there's almost too much going on for you to process when you think about it all. Right. And sometimes I feel like that can be sort of like a bad thing. And I think that that's sort of an example I would use for like why I feel that a lot of detail, not that it's bad, right? That's not an example of me thinking that detail is bad. That's an example of me thinking that detail is a little unnecessary. Because it's like, sure, you can probably care about the world a lot more because you think about the intricacies of it. But it's like, if your goal is to just enjoy the story for what it... I mean, not even at face value, because there's still intricacies to the story that you can still appreciate without appreciating the larger aspects of the rest of the world, right? Like, for example... Colony 9. There's a lot... I remember when I played it again, there was a lot that I was like, man, there's probably a lot going on in Colony 9 that I don't particularly care about. Because, I mean, it takes a place in this world, but when it comes to the larger story, at least from what I can gather, there's not a whole lot that it lends to it, I guess. Like, I was trying to think of one that... Because I think one of the things that I got most intrigued by was, like, the Hyentia. And I was just like, man, this civilization that is, like, way technologically advanced compared to the Napon, who are, like, fucking right next... Well, okay, to say they're right next door is a stretch, but you know what I mean? Like, they're not super far away. Oh no. Oh no. Transport ship in Colony 9. Is there? Interesting. I think you might be right. And see, like, that adds a lot to it, because it gets you thinking, like, huh, well, what's that about, you know? Is there someone who visited the Hyentia here, or, like, is that blanks? You know, not sevens, but, like, the other spoiler. But if you chose to just casually enjoy the story, there's a lot of fun to it, lovable characters, dramatic moments, and a lot of little stories that are only seen by doing quests. Casually, it's great, but when you think it over, it's so deep, so much to think over, and just to gain just by looking a little closer. Wait, is that not what you said earlier? Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny, Kyle, because when I read that, I didn't process that as a negative. I processed that as a positive from you. And again, I don't think that that's a negative either. I just, for my context, it's just like, oh, if other people get like, because I'd never played through the what the hell is that? The name of that quest? The one that takes place in the tree and in... Holy fuck, names are escaping me right now. The one with Banna. Good to know, Three of Hearts. Like, the red pollen side quest. Right next door isn't inaccurate for the people living in Frontier Village, that's the one. I'm sorry, Pippin, I'm sorry that happened to you. Because they go right to Aerith Sea. True, yeah. Well, you know, the Aerith Sea is rather large, but yeah, I guess it is kind of like a teleport away, isn't it? Like, that's some world building right there. The thing with the red pollen orbs, like, that's some world building right there that, I mean, I could play the rest of the game not knowing that, and it wouldn't change the main story. But it's still cool that it's there, you know, like, I still appreciate it a lot. I think that's more where I'm coming from, where it's just like, oh, it absolutely adds to it. I personally... What the fuck? Why'd I look up Sly 3? Oh, because I wanted to see when it came out. I'm sure you can. I can't imagine that they would just, like, lock you off. Because don't you need to have an account for it? I thought you did. He's also got, like, chocolatey brown eyes that you can't see in the photo. Is that chocolatey? Sure. Dude, Murray fucks. Just look at... He's a hippo? Look at him. You think he doesn't, like, just slam? I can't say it. Oh, thank you, Three of Hearts. I appreciate that. You love lore that adds to a story but isn't necessary to enjoy. No, me too. Yeah, that I can absolutely agree with. And I do, even in Soulstar 1, I keep calling it Soulstar 1, which I think is funny. There's, I don't know how long it's going to end up being, but there is one side quest that I specifically designed for the sake of, like, showing, hey, this is sort of what I want to do in terms of, like, side quests that add sort of lore to, not even, like, cultural lore to the town, but that it's, like, a story within a story, and to, like, make it feel like, hey, shit actually happens here. It's not just, like, the protagonist story. There's other stuff going on, too. Because I do like that sort of aspect to storytelling as well, where it's just like, okay, you don't really add anything to the main story or the main plot, but stuff still happens. I like implied lore that isn't told but felt. Or even, like, seen in the background, where you're just like, huh, did you notice that little detail there? Because, like, no one talks about it, but, like, it's still there in the background. And it has, like, larger implications, too. As long as it's not feeling like a ton reaches that are required to be made to understand it. Sure. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Oh, boy. Right. Yeesh. Wrong layer, Crunk. Wrong layer. The fuck did... How did I draw that there? I don't understand. I don't think I've finished actually drawing this part. Maybe that's why. Sly, you didn't finish drawing my backpack. Why did you do that, Sly? I'm not even doing the Bentley voice, like, convincingly. I'm, like, not even trying at this point. Sure, that's also part of the backpack. Why not? A good story, like a person that's great at conversations, never tells everything that makes them great when you first see them, but lets you have to get them to tell more to see the bigger story that stands before you. That's a good comparison. Scathatch Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty. And that, honestly, I feel like that's sort of what I hope to do with Soulstar. Which is just like, I don't really, like, I want to tell the basic stuff. Stuff that's like, okay, do you want more of this? And that's the thing, because I feel like even just the basic stuff is, like, not enough. But at the same time, I'm wondering, like, how much is enough. Because I can't imagine that I'd give away too much, but I do want to, like, establish some rules that could possibly be broken later on and leave people be like, what? Leave people be like, I am just straight up stroking. I'm just straight up stroking, wishing I were token. Yo. Bruh. I don't know. I want you to want more. I want you to want answers that I can provide in a decent way, and even maybe answer things you'd never considered. But also in a way that enriches a story and doesn't just make you go like, well, we didn't really need to know that. I don't know why you told us that. Kind of not important to the overall story, to be honest. It's good to use familiar templates that meet the audience expectations, but adds little things that surprise along the way. Straight up stroking, my favorite verb for a band. Yeah, right. Hello, Cleveland, we're straight up stroking it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, Cleveland, we're straight up stroking it. That just sounds like a general, like, a general statement, not even like an introduction to the band. Have I ever watched Scruffy? I don't think so. Are they an essayist? Oh, just having synchronized strokes. Oh! He's a rising star on the YouTubes. Are they an essayist? You haven't answered my question, Kyle. What do they do? He does some video essays about the nuances in video game music. Wait, maybe then. Is he the dude that did... No, I don't think he is, right? He's not the dude that did, like, the adaptive music in video games, is he? Because if so, that's the only video... Maybe? Scruffy, that doesn't sound familiar. Adaptive music in video games. Did it have a... No, that's Noodle. Scruffy. Somehow it can be recovered. Ooh. 8-bit music theory? Patreon, Bandcamp, Scruffy way. E-harmonic. Oh, I've seen this, I've seen this thumbnail, but I've never clicked on it. I've seen the What Makes Mario Music So Catchy thumbnail as well. I've not watched it yet. It's funny because there are a lot of these are like videos that I mean to like watch, and I'm just like, later. Later when my mind doesn't feel so stupid and like I'll actually like retain the information. He's gonna blow up. I believe that. You can do like a mini prologue story that explains the basic. That's what Soulstar is meant to be. Yeah, like that was always my vision for Soulstar, was that it's like this prologue to the overall story that establishes like what's about to happen, what's gonna go down, what the rule. The thing is, I hesitate to say that they're rules, right? Because calling them rules makes them, in my mind anyway, it makes them very absolute, and it says it's like, this is the way things are, this is the way they have to be. I guess establishes what is known about the world, I guess? Is that what I mean to say? What is understood about the world? You just really hope something... Yeah, I'm sure something can be done, Pippin. I can't imagine that you would have just lost all that. Okay. Right, I was doing other shit. Rules are great for stories. They immerse us and help us to suspend disbelief. Yes. And in a way, that is what I'm trying to do, but at the same time, it's like, I sort of don't want that to be misinterpreted as like, oh, well, in Soulstar you said this. It's just like, yes, but that's what makes this, like, rule break, or because that's the thing. It's not really breaking the rules. It's like the exception to the rule, I guess. Yeah, I know that you guys understand what I mean, most likely. Fuck, I'm putting on the wrong fucking layer. Ugh, I hate when I do that. Okay, so tie this and then that. Okay. I want to go back and paint this back in. Boink, and then go back, and then boink, boink. Okay. Carrying on. So that when there is like an exception to the rule or something that doesn't necessarily make sense, you know, your suspension of disbelief, or your belief is still suspended, but you're like, oh wow, that's not how that's supposed to be. I thought that this other thing was the truth, and now my perception of this reality is being challenged. But you're right alongside there with the other characters, because they're experiencing this too, and they're like, wait, this isn't normal. This isn't like the way things are meant to be. Setting up rules and then being like, what rules? The suspension of disbelief thing too is something that I'm like, I'm huge into that. The idea is like, okay, establish this world, and I think I'm thinking about it more in the sense of movies too, where it's just like, okay, I want to understand how this world functions, what are the constants in this world, and what I can expect from, you know, seeing certain things. When the rules are like, there are no rules, I'm fine with that, you know, but there still should be, like, I think there's a skip between that and, or like there's a step between that and just like utter nonsense, which can be fun, but like when there's a control to the chaos, I feel like that's kind of fun too, because you're just like, okay, what can we do to make this nonsensical world make sense, right? Because the concept of like, oh, well, the rules are there are no rules, it's not supposed to make sense, that kind of kills things for me sometimes, I feel like. Wait, what, Kyle? Did we just, like, agree on something huge? You wanted to vent this a bit? Go ahead, bud. But that's why you hated Ant-Man? Oh, do tell. It makes no logical sense. I'm trying to I've only seen most of the Marvel movies just once. the shrinking works. They break the rule, reestablish it, and break it again nonstop. Yeah, because wasn't it originally like, oh, once you do it, like you use up like one of the Pym particles or whatever? It's a great spectacle movie, but it makes no sense. I'd probably have to like watch it again and pay a little bit more attention to it, because I think there are a lot of things about the Marvel movies that are like that, and like I think that's another thing. Like I think that's the Marvel movies are a perfect example of what I mean when I say that like people are so up their own ass about like art sometimes. Because it's like, oh, these aren't films. These are like they're stupid comic book movies. It's just like I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, like they have a lot of things that people have praised other films for, and the writing, despite what you want to say, is not always as bad as you make it out to be. At least I don't think so. I feel like a lot of them are written really well and have like really deep character moments that get overlooked by a lot of critics, and like that does kind of bother me because it's just like discounting them purely because they started out as another art form is kind of shitty. How do you shrink smaller than an atom if it's just moving his atoms closer together? It's a good question. It's a grand question. Really, Phoenix? Because I felt the same way. Like that's where I sort of felt like I think I don't really see what people see in the Captain America movies. Because people love Captain America, and I'm just like, they're not bad movies necessarily, but I guess they're not as like exciting for me. But to be fair, like there were a lot of like I hardly remember any of the Iron Man movies, despite how much I like Tony Stark as a character. But like I think that the characters are at their best in the Avengers movies, like in the ensemble movies. But at the same time, I feel like that's also because like they're not establishing any like, oh, this is the origin story. It's just like they're all getting together and they're all like having their moment. The Iron Man movies are bad. The movies are all still fun, but I hate when live action movies try to establish this is your favorite character, but in the real world with real rules. Yeah, right? Yeah. It's very much about how no matter what Steve does, he can't save every individual. Right, yeah. I think that's why, like, what was it, Winter Soldier? I think I was a little bit more receptive to that one just because it's like, it was the idea that his whole worldview was, like, getting destroyed. And there was something about that I felt was really interesting. But I think too is that like in the actual like ensemble movies, there's this sense that like because I remember I think Infinity War was one of like the first Marvel movies I ever watched, ironically. But I love the way that a lot of the characters were handled in it because it's just like, oh man, okay, I get the vibe of these two characters. I understand that like they're together, or like I understand that I understand the relationship these two characters have with each other. And then you watch like the movies where those relationships sort of start, and you're like, I don't get the same feeling here. And I don't think it's because I watched the other movie first, but like I don't get that these two characters are romantically involved. Even though like this is the setup, but it doesn't feel right. In the other movie, it definitely feels like they're a lot more in love. And granted, like time has passed, but it's somehow more believable in the future movie than in the setup. Which kind of I don't know. I don't know that it devalues anything, but it makes the rest of it feel weird. I thought I was done with fucking coloring shit in. Ugh. So annoying. Try. Anything he can. Oh, he can to try to save. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Pippin. It's a great example of why should I save the world thing. Right, yeah. Is Doctor Strange Marvel? Yes. You know, I feel like a lot of people were very dismissive of Doctor Strange. I liked it personally. Like, I think I saw someone's, like, list of, like, what their favorite Marvel movies were. And, of course, like, no one's gonna agree on the same thing. But, like, on their list, Doctor Strange was so low on the list. And I was just like, really? I thought that movie was so cool. And, like, I think the special effects were, like, not super great. I loved the evolution of the character. You know, he goes from, like, someone who is very much, you know, he's very cocky. He's like, I'm the best doctor in the world, and what I say goes. And like, he's very much a character that you hate because he's very conceited. He's very like confident in his own abilities, but he's also a dick. And so like he loses his ability to do what he wants to do the most, which is just, like, be a doctor. So like to me, the way that I sort of perceive the movie was that like he surrenders everything that he used to know of the world to understand this other world that he doesn't believe in right away. There's this mysticism and spiritualism that has to be shown to this person who is a man of science. And I don't know why. Because, like, I don't... Like, my stance on the whole, like, oh, the chosen one story is... It's very hit or miss, you know? But there is something about, like, oh, this guy who is very dismissive and skeptical about our way of life is the chosen one to be, like, the greatest of our kind. And I don't know why, like, I find that, like, really funny and entertaining. How likely they can do what they want. It's how no matter what, they'll do whatever little necessary to achieve that goal. Yeah, because that goes both ways for both, like, heroes and villains. But I feel like that can also be taken a step further and be like, I would add, like, an addendum to that and be like, if and when their goal is worth achieving. Because, I mean, it could be worth achieving to them, but if you as the audience are like, I don't understand why you want this so bad. It makes no sense to your character. It will do nothing for you to achieve this goal. Then, you know... That can probably hurt a character more than, like, it makes it good. So you get a fucking taco. Yeah, dude, but they'll do anything to get that fucking taco. That's the important part. You don't want to go into Doctor Strange? Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Doctor Strange has no Marvel movie that you need to watch. No, I don't think so. Is this an super... No, I think the first Avengers movie is super boring too. I'm with you there. A lot of people are like, oh man, the first Avengers movie is great. And it's just like, no, it's kind of not. Because, like, all the characters were still being established. Like, they really didn't have... The characters weren't who they are now. So, like, a lot of their charm just wasn't there at the time. A lot of Phase 1 movies are really, like, not interesting to sit through, admittedly. Destroy thousands of tacos for the equivalent of one taco. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna probably end the stream now just because it's really late, and I appreciate everyone being here tonight. I will try to finish this sometime soon, if not tomorrow. I don't know when. You know, we'll start a new thumbnail on Sunday. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing some Fall Guys with Leo and probably Cassie as well. That is not the law of equivalent exchange. Really? Because Thor was sort of hard for me to sit through, I feel like. Thor was just like, I don't. There were parts where I felt like the movie was just going too fast, and I'm just like, oh, okay. Calm down with your plot points, please, movie. It's for themselves. Just because saving one person from a bomb during the Vietnam War is near impossible, why would you even risk it? You're just endangering another person. If the character is strong, odds are meaningless. It's about putting what they know is right, whether it is or not, to the viewer, into action. Right. Yeah, because Thor's a bit like, yeah, exactly. You know, and like his world is more interesting, and then they spend like all their time on Earth, and it's just like, okay. I get why that would be interesting to see Thor in that context, but like, we know Earth is boring, you know? It comes across as like another alien movie. The only good Thor is Ragnarok. It's funny because a lot of people said like Dark World was shit, and I watched it, and I was just like, I don't know, I kind of like it more than Thor 1. Like, there are parts of it that there are parts of Dark World that I like more than the entirety of Thor 1. Right? Okay, yeah. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. Yeah. Same wavelength? Absolutely, dude. Ragnarok is really fun. It's very different from the first two Thor movies, and it's better off for it. I feel like it's very fun. Yeah, Kyle, I see what you mean. And again, I feel like there's still the aspect of like their character, right? Like, does it make sense? Even if they're not doing it for us, the audience, which why the fuck would they? Like that's just fan service at that point. But it's like, does it make sense to their character? Because if it doesn't, it's like, it doesn't matter how. I feel like their conviction is sort of moot at that point. Thor was hard carried by a being mythology. True, yeah. True. And there are little tidbits about. I think that's my thing about the Marvel movies, is that there are always little tidbits about the movies. I feel like, much like Kyle with Avatar, that like they're sprinkled in these movies that when you really think about it, it's just like, oh man, that really does add to their character. Because, spoilers for the Thor movies, but like, his parents aren't around for long. But when you think about like how their parents, or like how Thor's parents motivated him and Loki, that's where you sort of start to feel like, oh man, yeah, they really were important, huh? Even when they weren't there for that long. I hate that so much because you love Thor comics. Interesting, yeah. You're all for giving stupid villain ideas. Yeah, what's that? Is that true? That's nuts. But damn, are they important? Yeah, there's something there. That's like another theme that I really, really like. You or brother. Interesting. I don't think I ever noticed that. To be fair, I only watched Thor 1 once, so I don't think I would have noticed that anyway. Um, but yeah, like, everyone says, oh, Loki's such a great villain, and it's like, he's very boring in the first movie. He's very boring in the first movie. Um, he's a lot more interesting in the first Avengers movie. That I would say, like, okay, Loki sort of does carry the first Avengers movie just a little bit. And even then, I don't really like the first Avengers movie that much, so how much carrying does he really do for me? Y'all would recommend watching because you were marathoning all up to Avengers and then stopped. Sure, I get that. I would say Doctor Strange. I think Doctor Strange is a fun one. I would say watch the rest of the Avengers movies just because, like, by themselves, they're very interesting. I don't know how you'd feel about the Guardians movies. A lot of people say that they're like really, really good. And I enjoyed them, but I feel like there was just a little something that they were missing in terms of like an ensemble movie. Like, as a group, I felt like they could have been tighter, but I still think that both movies are worth watching. Um There's some great moments in Guardians 2. I think Guardians 2. But again, you need to like watch Guardians 1 for a little bit more context, I think. Yeah, Deadpool is like not part of the MCU, but they're still really fun movies to watch. Yeah, Deadpool's a Marvel character, but he's owned by Fox, so like he's not really technically part of that like universe, but he's still a Marvel character. Yeah, it's technically MCU. That's true. Thor took place on Earth so he could explain his lore and origins to people who didn't already know it. If it took place on Asgard, then there would be no need for exposition on his origins. I feel like you can still tell a story like that, though. Deadpool 1 was awesome. Deadpool 2, I saw that one with Leo, actually, when I was visiting once. It was 2 years ago, I want to say. And it was a fun time. I don't know if it's... There are moments in it that I like more than Deadpool 1, but I don't know if I'd say that I liked it as a whole more than Deadpool 1. They're very comparable, though. They're very close to each other, I think. They were definitely involved, so I say it's canon. That's the thing. So his own movies were made when Fox owned him, but the Russo brothers did write Deadpool. Oh, they did. Interesting. Okay. That's the thing with Deadpool. Deadpool is definitely an example of, like, fuck the rules, but in such a great way. In my opinion, I think that it's done in such a great way that it's just it heightens the comedy, because it's like it's a movie that already does not take itself seriously, and it shits on a lot of other movies too, which is very funny. And that I think a lot of that comes from there are some naughty moments. There are some naughty moments in those movies. I think a lot of that comes from not the naughty moments part, but like the other part. I think that comes from Ryan Reynolds, right? Like in his involvement and his like passion for the character. That was fun during the sexy, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's uncomfortable. I'm trying to remember if there's anything like that in Deadpool 2, but I don't. I think maybe there's like one moment that's like a little raunchy, but it's not like the worst. But then again, it's been a while, so I don't know. I don't remember. Not a lot of memes came out of the Deadpool movies. The whole movie itself was the meme. It's so hard to meme on something that already does not take itself seriously, I think. I think maybe that's why. It's like the, ha, I'm fat and I'm a loser, so ha, you can't make fun of me, you know? It relied a bit on pop culture jokes. And it's one of the only instances where I don't mind it, you know? Because usually I hate when media does that. I hate when it relies on like you understanding or knowing a movie or understanding a reference or like whatever. Like, even if I get the reference and I laugh at the joke, I still don't like it. Because it's just like, okay, that means that I need to know this other material first, and your whole joke or your whole plot point is reliant on that, right? Like if it's your take on that trope or your take on that whatever, that's how you kind of feel about the Adventure Time watch. The Adventure Time watch, what's that? I'm sorry, Pippin, I'm sorry. What's the Adventure Time watch? In Deadpool. What? There's an Adventure Time watch in Deadpool? I didn't even know that. Is it just like a visual gag? Like, is that all that it is? Because again, if that's all it is, then it's just like, okay, well, that's hardly funny. You know, it's like, oh, what time is it? Ha ha ha. But like, if you don't know what Adventure Time is. Oh. Interesting. And again, like, if you don't know the reference, you're just like, I don't get it. Right? So it's like, I much prefer things that like, even if it's a borrowed joke, or even if it's like a plot point that's copied from something else, at least make it your own so that you don't rely on someone else having to watch. Like, if, for example, right? I don't know if the "No, I am your father." Like, I don't know if that was used in anything else, but like, if you're gonna use that twist, do it in a way that doesn't involve me having to have watched Star Wars first, you know? Or it's like, okay, yeah, the twist is that the bad guy is the main character's dad, but they don't do a Star Wars with it. Like, the joke isn't Star Wars. In fact, there's no joke. You know? I don't know. Yeah, man, there's a lot about like storytelling that we agree and disagree on. But I think mostly agree. I think that my takeaway from this conversation is that we mostly agree on what makes a good story. There are elements here and there that, you know, are more meaningful to us in some ways and less in others. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave that conversation for here for the night. Again, I hope you guys join us tomorrow. It's not going to be an art stream again. It's going to be some Fall Guys. And then we'll pick up the art right back on Sunday. I don't remember what we're doing on Sunday. It is very late. Yeah. God, time flies. Time fucking flies. He says he made sure the songs had to be good, funny on their own, so when the thing it's based on is forgotten. Yeah, dude, absolutely. Absolutely. There are certain songs, I'd say, ironically enough, I think I'd say, oh, Kingdom Hearts is on Sunday. Fuck. Ironically enough, I think I'd say that one of my favorite songs of his, eBay, kind of is like the opposite of it. Because, I mean, I guess people are always going to know what eBay is, but that's just chock full of like references to other stuff, like real world things. But yeah, Hardware Store. I'd have to listen to that one. I don't know that one. I don't know a lot of his music, but the ones that I have heard, I fucking love. Absolutely. I love you too, Phoenix. Good night, everybody. The movie was rated for adults. That's true. But I guess people who probably grew up with Adventure Time, I don't know, maybe. But yeah, I love you all. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Be good to yourselves and others. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.